Previously on You Can Beat Video Games. In part 1 of this guide, we built our starting party, woke a sleeping village, raided a pyramid, and even got to be king for a day. After finally finding black pepper, we were awarded a ship, and that's where this episode begins. Now that we have the ship, there's not many places that we can't go to, which can be a little bit overwhelming. You'll notice that the developers put this shrine right here next to the city of Portoga, so maybe that's a good place to start. It must be cold in this shrine because this guy's wearing a ski mask and warming himself by a fire. He tells us about a new place that we need to check out, called the Cape of Tedanki. He also gives us directions to Baharata and another place that we haven't been to yet called Jipang. Finally, Ski Mask Guy reveals our next quest. We need to find 6 orbs. You may remember in Dragon Warrior 2 we had to find 5 crests. Well, this is a similar thing, but we have to find 1 additional object this time. If we follow this coastline, we can get to that Cape of Tedanki that the guy was talking about, and I recommend that you bring as much money as you can to this next city, because they have a very good store there, but they don't have any place to sell items. Our ship is not immune to encounters, and when you're in the open sea, you'll mostly face this same set of 5 monsters. In this particular encounter, the Man-O-War is the higher priority target. It can cause numbness and also call for help, while these marine slimes are just going to attack you and will occasionally cast Increase to raise their defense. You will encounter some different monsters when you get closer to the poles, and if you go sailing down a river, there could be a different monster set there as well. As we get midway down the coast, we'll see another shrine that we haven't visited yet. This one contains a house of healing, which could be convenient if one of your characters got killed. There's also a travel door here which will take you to another shrine near Jipang, but we'll check that one out later. So we'll get back into our ship and just keep following the coast until you see this river with the orange hills nearby. Following this waterway will take you all the way to the village of Tedanki, and if you encounter enemies while you're in the river, you may encounter a different set of enemies than you would out in the open sea. This time we're fighting a Nev and 3 Krabus. The Nev is definitely the high priority target here. That guy can cast chaos magic, which will confuse one of your party members, and they'll start attacking your own team, and they might even use magic against you. The Krabus have very high defense, so you'll probably want to use magic against them. We're going to cast Fireball and Inferno, and you'll notice that the Krabus don't have any resistance to either of those spells, so you know they won't miss. We'll be able to refill our magic points at the inn whenever we get to town, so we can be pretty aggressive with our magic. And don't forget about the parry trick. If you parry with your first 3 characters and then cancel the parries, you'll be able to attack or use spells, and the game will still think that you parried, which will prevent half of the damage that enemies deal your characters. Whenever you get to Tedanki, it will be nighttime, and that's by design. This city is not very interesting during the day. As you talk to the villagers of this town, some of them will tell you about a volcano nearby, and others will tell you about the Castle of the Archfiend, which is also very close to this village. And if you read between the lines, you can start to piece together what happened here. You see, there's a reason why this village is not very lively during the day. That's because it's a ghost town. The people here are all dead. It looks like this village sustained a pretty nasty attack from the Archfiend, and the people here are the kind of ghosts that don't really seem to know that they're dead yet, sort of like in movies like The Sixth Sense. And if you don't believe me about that, you just have to ask this old man, who thinks that it's a joke that this village was destroyed by the Archfiend. Come now, he says. Well, I hate to tell you, old man, but the joke is on you. This weapons and armor shop owner should have no use for the money of the living, but he stays open anyways and has some great stuff. The zombie slasher is the best weapon in the game that our pilgrim can use and would be a good upgrade for all of our characters with the exception of the fighter. The magic armor is also a top armor in the game for some of our characters, and the iron mask is the best helmet in the game that our hero can wear. So yeah, we are absolutely going to want to go shopping here. We don't have enough gold pieces for even one zombie slasher right now, so we'll have to come back later, but if you do have the cash, you should definitely pick up at least one of those. There's nothing hidden in the room in the upper right corner, so you can avoid crossing the dangerous swamp. If you do want to walk through the swamp, remember it can kill you, so keep your characters healed up if they get low on health. I don't feel great about staying at an inn in a haunted village, but it is what it is. We need to refill our health and magic points, and when you wake up in the morning, there's no innkeeper to greet you. During the daytime, the only residents of this town are a couple creepy skeletons. However, if we head back to where the weapons and armor shop was, we can go to a stairway that we weren't able to access before because the store owner was blocking it. So if we go up here, we'll find that yes, the shop owner is definitely dead, and he was hiding this treasure chest, which contains the Lamp of Darkness. The Lamp of Darkness is a pretty handy item. If you use it, it will instantly change day to night. So no more walking around in circles waiting for it to change to night. We can do it automatically with this item. With the lamp in our possession, we'll warp back to our hometown of Aliahan, and we can drop off some items that we don't need at the vault, like that royal scroll that we've been carrying around. So make sure to empty out your inventory of items you don't need, because we need to get some more cash, and to do that, we need to go on a little treasure run. You may remember before that I said there was a hidden room in the pyramid, and that it was very dangerous. However, the rewards for this side quest are very good. So we'll save the game, we'll stay at Ray's mom's house, we'll get some Hot Pockets, and then we're going to return to Isis, because it's time to check out that secret basement. It may seem like a little bit of overkill, but I'm going to go and use the inn here in Isis just to get back the magic points that we spent on the return magic. I don't want there to be a situation where we're unable to cast return whenever we get out of the pyramid, so we're going to be extra safe about that. Not that we'll probably be using a lot of magic when we're in the pyramid, because whenever we get to the secret basement, it's a magic-free zone. Any spells that you cast down there will not work, so keep that in mind. We are not going to have access to healing magic. So you remember the way to the pyramid. It's just a very quick walk from the city of Isis. Just leave the city limits and start heading north, and you can't miss it. Once you get inside, we were avoiding the traps before, but this time we want to walk right into it. So go into the trap door and then you're going to head to the left. You need to search in a very specific location. It's right here, and you'll find a hidden stairway. Once you're down in the secret basement, use your key to open the door, and then follow the hallway around. You'll find a strange coffin in here. This is a pyramid, so you would expect some kind of elaborate sarcophagus, but no, just a strange pine box. Inside the coffin, you'll find the best fighter weapon in the entire game, the Golden Claw. Now, the Golden Claw has a bit of a catch to it. We can use our merchant to appraise it and see what she has to say. And she'll tell us that this is a very valuable item for selling, and also that it's not cursed. Well, it's not cursed in the traditional sense, so if you equip it, you won't need to have it removed at a house of healing, and we're definitely going to equip this thing, because it adds plus 55 to a fighter's attack, and that's going to make Mance deal a ton of damage. Yeah, 114 attack power. The problem is that having the Golden Claw, equipped or not, just having it in your inventory will increase the encounter rate to an insane level. Having the Golden Claw makes it feel like we're in the Hork Pit from Dragon Warrior 2. The encounter rate is so high, you could potentially hit an encounter on every single step. You gotta be ready for that. Having a fighter that has 114 attack power is definitely going to help, but we can't use any magic down here, and you'll see what happens when we try. The spell is broken. That means we also can't cast outside to get out of here. It just won't work. Don't forget to parry before you attack. The enemies down here don't hit that hard, but without access to healing magic, anytime we take damage, it's not going to be very easy to get those points of health back. One more hit should do it on this mummy, and that clears that battle. And although this hallway may look short, it's going to feel like it's 1,000,000 miles long when we're carrying the Golden Claw. If you can make it 4 or 5 steps without encountering a monster, that's pretty good, so that was a decent one right there. And one thing that you don't have to worry about, if enemies try to cast magic spells against you, their spells will be broken too, so it doesn't just apply to your party. I guess that's a little bit of upside. Would much rather be able to cast our own spells because we would have cast outside already and would be away from all of this madness. But hey, at least the bad guys can't cast spells against us and will waste their turn whenever they try to. We're almost to the stairway now, but that is not the end. Whenever we get up to the next floor, well, you can't use magic spells on that floor either, so we need to get all the way to Stairway H before we can get out of here. And once we get to Stairway H, we can take just a couple steps to get out of the pyramid, then we'll be able to cast Return, and we'll be able to sell this Golden Claw for a very good profit. So you can see why I made a point of going to the inn in Isis. The last thing we would want is to get out of this pyramid and not be able to cast Return magic. That means we would have to go all the way across the desert, and although we can probably handle the enemies that would have to fight, we would have to fight a lot of them before we made it back to Isis, and would rather not do that. And wow, that was a very long walk without hitting an encounter. A couple more like that and we'll be out of here. You'll want to take out the mummy enemies first whenever you see this combination. They're the ones that hit the hardest. And right now, all of our characters have pretty high HP, so we're in good shape, but 3 mummies and they summoned a Hork? This could be a bad one. Take out the mummy. Sometimes Horks don't even attack. You can see that it just parried that time. So that would be a very low priority target. Just get rid of everything else first. And over here we want to get rid of the mummies first because a lot of times the shadows just cast magic and the magic doesn't work. So make sure to get rid of the mummies first, then follow up with the shadows. And 4 shadows should be pretty easy. And then we should get to this stairway. I think we'll be in the clear if we make it up here. Alright. 1 more step, 2 more steps, and we are out of the pyramid. Time to cast Return. And we'll go back to our hometown. We can sell it to the item shop there. First things first, we're going to head to Ray's mom's house for a sleepover. And then it's time to head over to the item shop to sell that Golden Claw. I'm sure that Mance would love to keep it. It is a great weapon for a fighter, but we can't be going around with that insane encounter rate. That's just nuts. So he's going to have to part with it, but we will be nicely compensated to the tune of 11,250 gold pieces. Yeah, that is very nice. We're carrying a ton of cash right now, so we should save the game before we go just in case something unfortunate happens. And don't forget to re-equip your fighter with the Iron Claw after you sell off the golden one. Now here's the bad news. There is no return location for Tedanki. I guess because it's a ghost town you can't return there with magic. So we're going to have to go back to Portoga and sail down the coastline again. Luckily, it doesn't take that long to sail to Tedanki, so just make your way down the coastline, and we seem to have run into 7 marine slimes, so this is an interesting one. With this many marine slimes, we may want to try out some magic, so we'll use the sleep spell. You can see that marine slimes have a 1 resistance to sleep, so that means that it's 70% effective. We should expect to get about 4 or maybe 5 marine slimes with this spell, and if a slime has been afflicted by sleep, it will not get its turn in combat, and it can wake up, but it still misses that round. And if it doesn't wake up, well then it can miss multiple rounds of combat. So whenever we cast our sleep spell, we hit 4 out of the 6 slimes, so that's 66%. So that's right about where we're supposed to be. And one of them woke up right away, but it did lose its turn that round. And now there's only a few of them that are awake, so we should be able to just pick them off over the next couple rounds. Although it looks like Slime F woke up, although he lost his turn this round. And I believe all the slimes are awake now. So there's only 3 left. They don't have very many hit points remaining. We should be able to clean them up this round, or at least take it down to 1 slime left. No, I think we're gonna get it. And that's it. We've defeated 7 marine slimes, and we get 460 experience points for that. The reason we get so many experience points is because there's a multiplier for fighting additional enemies, so the more enemies you fight, the higher that multiplier is. And our merchant was the beneficiary of this. She went up to level 17. So just keep working your way down the coastline. You should know the way to Tedanki from the previous time we went there. You're looking for this river that's near some orange hills. So there it is right there. Just follow that river in, and it should turn to night right before you reach the village. And whenever you get in there, it'll be time to go shopping. With the money that we got from the Golden Claw, we want to buy at least 1 zombie slasher, but buy 2 if you have enough cash. If you have any money left over after that, you should pick up the Iron Mask, and then if you still have more money, grab a set of magic armor for your pilgrim. These zombie slashers are going to make a huge difference in combat, but the next few dungeons that we need to complete are filled with hostile creatures, and zombie slashers may not be enough. We're going to need to level up, so that's what we're going to be doing next. Make sure to equip any weapons or armor that you bought, and before we get to our leveling, there is one side quest that we can do very quickly. You may remember before that in the village of Kanave, there was a shop that has a hidden poison needle, and you can only get it at night. We didn't prioritize that before because only a wizard can use a poison needle, but now that we have the Lamp of Darkness, let's stop over there and grab it. So we'll pop into town and we will use the Lamp of Darkness. Whenever you rub the lamp, instead of a genie coming out, a darkness oozes out from the lamp, covering everything in the blanket of night. When we first went to this town, there was a guy hanging out near these ovens, tombstones, and he's still there, but he's sleeping right now. He said that there was a great warrior that defeated a bear with his bare hands, and here's his ghost. It turns out that he used an iron claw because he was a fighter. That actually makes a lot of sense. We will be facing a lot of bears, and our fighter will defeat many of them with his bare hands. This guy seems to be dreaming about Kandar. Maybe we should wake him up, but instead we'll head over here. This is what we came for. Inside this room, we'll find a sleeping merchant, and over to the left are 2 treasure chests. The lower one contains a club, so not very exciting, but the upper one contains the poison needle. If you had a wizard on your team, the poison needle is pretty good. Wizards are not particularly good in combat, but the poison needle, 1 out of 8 times, will automatically kill its target. So that's pretty good. We don't have a wizard on our team. Instead, we're going to convert our merchant into a sage, and a sage will learn all the same spells that a wizard does, but will also learn the spells that a pilgrim can learn, and you won't have to use weapons like a poison needle. You can use a real weapon like a zombie slasher. So yeah, the sage is much better. And if you want to be a real jerk, you can go over to the item shop and sell this guy the club that we stole from him last night. He'll happily pay 22 pieces of gold for it, and he probably thinks that he's getting a good deal considering that he can sell it for more. We can also sell off some weapons that we don't need anymore now that we bought those zombie slashers. So we'll sell off the battle axe and the iron spear. And once you're done, this guy thanks you for your business, and we can cast our return magic and head back to Aliahan. Once we get there, we'll stop over at the vault. We can leave the poison needle there just in case we decide to add a wizard to our team someday. We won't, but just in case, we'll keep it here in the vault. It's a pretty inexpensive item, so we don't have to worry about paying a big fee to get it back. If you don't want to have to pay the vault guy, you can always just make a new character, transfer any items you don't want to him, and then leave them at Louisa's place. That way you can use this new character as a mule, and mule characters, well, they work for free. We'll stay at Ray's mom's house, and once everybody's well rested, we'll cast our return magic, and this time we're headed to Baharata. We're not coming here because we need black pepper. We got that already. It's just the nearest town to our next destination, which is the Shrine of Dhama. We're going to work our way around this coastline, and here's a new enemy we haven't seen before, a Murzon. Murzons will either attack you or they'll cast the defense spell, which will lower your party's defensive abilities and make you take more damage from enemy melee attacks. So I would consider the Murzon and the Manowar the highest priority targets here, and once those guys are out of the way, we should be able to easily take out the remaining marine slime. So we'll fight, and we have vanquished all of our foes. Now we can get back to sailing. It's possible to reach the Shrine of Dhama before you get the ship, but to do it, you have to walk through a bunch of orange hills, and we know the encounter rate is pretty high in those orange hills, and the enemies are quite difficult here, especially considering what our levels are. So it would have been a bad idea to do it before. Now that we have the ship, we can just sail up this river, so we're going to head left here. And we'll be able to follow this river the whole way to the shrine. If you do encounter monsters, it will be the river monster set, so be ready for that. But once you get to this small lake, you're going to disembark and head over to this castle-like structure. This is it, the Shrine of Dhama. Now, once we get to the shrine, if you head over here to the right, we can find an inn, and there's also a house of healing over here if you need it. This is one of the cheapest inns in the entire game. It only costs 2 gold pieces per character, so this is quite a good value. It may not be Ray's mom's house, but 8 gold pieces is about as close as it comes to free. Once we get upstairs, we can enter the shrine itself, and inside, everybody's talking about changing their class. And that's the big draw of this place. You can talk to the Dalai Lama in the back, and if you're level 20 or higher, he can change your class. Now, there are some restrictions. You can't change into a goof-off, and you can only become a sage if you are already a goof-off or you have the Book of Satori. This old man wants to be a young girl, and yeah, I don't think they can help him with that here. The one thing you do need to know about changing your class is you'll lose half of your stats. That sounds pretty bad, but you get to keep half of them, and you go back to level 1, so it's going to be very easy to level up. In fact, you'll be able to level up to level 10 or 11 in just a few minutes once I show you the power leveling trick that we're going to be able to do here. Right now, we don't have any characters that are level 20, so whenever we talk to this guy and ask him about changing professions, he'll tell you that UCBVG isn't even at full merchant status, so she needs to be at least level 20. That's what he means by that. If we talk to the guy at the front of the shrine, he can save our game, and that's what we're going to do right now, so make sure to save your game. It's time to get leveled up. We're going to do a manipulation here, and setting it up is a little bit tedious, but once it's all set up, we're going to be able to fight metal slimes whenever we want on demand. So save your game and then reset, and we're going to copy our game to a new file. So we'll copy it to file 2. Choose copy a quest, adventure log 2, and then we're going to change the message speed on adventure log 2. So change it to 8 to start, and then restart your original game. For some reason, whenever you change the message speed, it locks in what the next battle is going to be. Now it only works if you start walking and you don't bump into anything. If you bump something, it could make it a different battle. So you want to walk straight up as soon as that guy is done talking at the Shrine of Dhama and see what battle you get. If you don't get one that has metal slimes, then you just reset the game and change the message speed on file 2, then reload your original game again. This is going to change it to a different battle. So remember, we're holding up as we leave the shrine. We don't want to bump into anything, so listen for that bonk. You need to reset if you hear the bonk. 3 simiacs, there's no metal slimes there. We're looking for at least 2 metal slimes, and they're going to be with another enemy or 2. Just make sure it's not a super dangerous enemy like Nevs. If you find 2 metal slimes and something like those simiacs, you're good to go. If you go all the way through all 8 message speeds and you do not find the 2 metal slimes, this is very possible, then you should go and fight any battle. So we're going to check and see if the metal slimes are here. Let's see. Okay, 1 metal slime and 2 nevs. This is not what we were looking for, so we're just going to run away. We'll go back into the shrine, and here's another fight. And this wasn't what we were looking for either, but it's only the first battle that matters. Don't worry about the second battle. We need to get away from this one too, and get back to the shrine. Then we're going to save the game, and we're going to reset, and we're going to erase that copied file that we made, and we're going to copy our original file again. Whenever we do that, we're going to get 8 new message speeds, and we're going to see different monsters. So we checked all 8 message speeds, we did not find the 2 metal slimes, so we're going to erase file 2, we're going to copy file 1, so now we have a new copy, and we're going to change the message speeds again, starting at 8, and we're going to work our way back through down to 1, and we're going to keep checking until we find that battle that has the 2 metal slimes and whatever else. As soon as we find it, we're good. So just keep looking. It could take a while, and I will admit that I had to keep going. I think I had to erase the file about 5 times, but eventually you will find it, and you'll know it when you found a good one. So let's see what we have this time. We're just trying to get through this text. We're going to go straight down and then straight up. We don't want to bump into anything, but don't go too far, so you have to start going back eventually. Keep walking, and there it is. This is what we were looking for. Once you find a battle like this, go ahead and try to fight the metal slimes. You may want to have your pilgrim cast speed up, but you just want to have everybody focus their attacks on the metal slime because each round they have a chance to run away, and so you want to make sure that you kill them before they run away. Now if all the metal slimes run away, that's alright, don't worry about it, because we're going to make this battle spawn over and over again, and eventually you'll be able to get a metal slime or two. Each metal slime that you kill is worth over 4,000 experience points, and distributed amongst 4 characters, that's over 1,000 points each. We actually caught these slimes off guard this time, so we're going to be able to kill 2 of them here, maybe even the 3rd one. If we kill all 3, that would be amazing, but you're hoping to be able to kill at least 1 metal slime. Just 1 metal slime is a huge payday. We managed to find a battle with 3 metal slimes here, but if you find one that just has 2, that is totally good. Having 3 metal slimes doesn't make it that much easier to kill one of them. Sometimes you'll spread your attacks out on all 3 slimes, and then all 3 of them will run away, so sometimes fewer is better. Once the slimes are gone, take care of whatever enemies are left. There's just 1 Simiac now, which should be pretty easy to take care of, and then we can rake in the experience points. Wow, 4,310 experience points each! Yeah, we're going to level up a lot here. Of course our merchant leveled up. Our merchant levels up faster than any other class, but we've reached the point in the game where we're not able to get very good equipment for the merchant anymore. So it's about time that we changed her into a sage. So that's our main goal here. We're going to try to level up the merchant to level 20. And wow, our pilgrim learned 2 spells, and yeah, all 4 of our characters leveled up here. So that's what happens when you kill multiple metal slimes. This wouldn't be a very good trick though if we had to do all of that just to get metal slimes one time. No. We're going to make our way back to the shrine, we're going to go to the inn, we're going to save our game, and then we're going to reset, and we're going to change the message speed on file 2 again, and that's going to lock in the same exact battle with metal slimes. Now, the metal slimes might take different actions, we caught them off guard that time, that might not happen again, but it's going to be 3 metal slimes and 2 Simiacs, just like we fought just a moment ago. So we'll head up here and we'll talk to this guy who will save our game. And once we've saved our game, we're going to reset, and we need to choose the same message speed on file 2 that we just chose a moment ago. And you might be thinking, well, how am I going to remember which one it was? Well, the game actually remembers for you. So it'll still be in the same place that it was before. We just need to select it again. So change message speed. You can see it's already on 4. And now we'll go back to file 1. And we're going to hold down as soon as this guy is done talking. And then we're going to go outside. And we want to make sure that we're walking in the area above the shrine in these mountains. This is the only place where you'll find metal slimes, so make sure that you're searching in here. But now that we have the trick set up, there's the 3 metal slimes and the 2 Simiacs again. So although it does take some work to set all this up, once you have it set up, you don't have to do it ever again. As long as you never erase file 2, anytime you can get to the Shrine of Dhama, you can save your game, choose the same message speed on file 2, which the game will remember which one it is, and then just load up your original file. You'll return to the shrine and you'll be able to find this exact same metal slime fight. It'll even work if you start a brand new game and work your way all the way back to the Shrine of Dhama with different characters. That's how crazy this is. We only killed 1 metal slime this time, so it was only worth about 1,500 experience points per character, but that is still a ton. So you're hoping to kill at least 1 metal slime each time. Sometimes they'll all run away. If that happens, just go back and save the game, reset, choose the message speed again, and you'll be able to fight more metal slimes. Eventually you'll either get a critical hit on one, which will kill a metal slime instantaneously, or you'll be able to get several hits in a row. Either way, once you've killed the metal slimes, finish off the other enemies, and just rake in the experience points. Remember, we're trying to get our merchant up to about level 20 at this point. Of course, we want to level up all 4 of our characters, not just the merchant, but whenever the merchant gets to level 20, that's a good milestone that will let you know that you're probably powerful enough to move on. Once you have this metal slime loop going, it's so easy to level up your characters that you may just want to hang out here for a while longer and just get everybody up to level 20. Maybe you want to get everybody up to level 23 or 24. You totally can. So just spend as much time here as you want to, but try to at least get the merchant up to level 20, and whenever you've done that, the next thing that we're going to do is go to the Tower of Garuna. That's where we'll find the Book of Satori. And with that, our merchant has reached level 20, so we've reached our goal. Strength goes up 4 points, Vitality goes up 3, and the maximum HP goes up 5 points. We can take a look at our stats. So 112 attack power, pretty good for our merchant. And let's take a look at the hero. 98, but she's still using a battle axe, not a zombie slasher. We will find some better weapons soon. And let's take a look at our pilgrim. Our pilgrim learned a lot of spells there, and also has 106 attack with the zombie slasher, but a pretty nice selection of magic now. So we have heal more if we need to get healed, we have numb off if someone gets numb, and our fighter is now attacking with 114 attack power. So everybody is a lot stronger now than they were a few minutes ago. Now, metal slimes are worth a ton of experience points, and they are very good at this point in the game, but later on in the guide, I'll show you a different manipulation that you'll be able to use to fight metal babbles on demand, and those are worth the most experience points in the entire game. As you were setting up that metal slime trick, you probably noticed a tower that's nearby, so that's where we're headed to next. And on the way, we were attacked by 4 Ramors. Ramors mostly just attack you, but occasionally they'll cast the Fireball spell, which will hit each member of your party, so that's kind of annoying. We have a big dungeon ahead of us, so we're going to be pretty conservative at this point, so just parry with your first 3 characters, cancel all the parries, and have everybody attack, and it shouldn't be long before the Ramors go down. There's a slightly different set of monsters when you get right up next to the tower, but for the most part you'll be facing against set 15, which you'll encounter in the Orange Hills. The Nevs are the most dangerous monster in this entire set, and we know why. It's because they can cast the Chaos spell. If that spell were to resolve against one of your characters, I highly recommend running away. Well, this is it, the Tower of Garuna. When you head down here and talk to this woman, she says if you possess the Book of Satori, a sage you may become. Thanks, Yoda. This place is a serious maze, and while there's a few treasure chests to find, the place that we need to go is in the upper left corner, so we can ignore most of the travel doors and stairways on this floor. The first chest here contains an intelligence seed, and we need to talk about seeds for a minute. Long story short, do not eat vitality or intelligence seeds. Those are bad for you. They'll rot your brain. Whenever you level up, the game checks to see if you already have above average stats in any category, and if you do, you just won't get any points to those stats. So if you've been eating vitality or intelligence seeds, the game will not give you any points of intelligence or vitality when you level up. The problem is that whenever you level up and you gain vitality, you also gain hit points, and when you gain intelligence, you also gain magic points, and if you don't gain vitality, you don't get any hit points, and if you don't gain intelligence, you don't get any magic points. So by eating vitality or intelligence seeds, you'll essentially be costing yourself hit points and magic points whenever you level up. It's okay to eat strength, luck, or agility seeds because at least you get an immediate benefit from those, and I think acorns of life are actually good, but you want to avoid intelligence and vitality seeds. Just throw those away or sell them at the item store. And here's a battle with some new enemies we haven't seen yet. A Great Beak and a Sky Dragon. Great Beaks do nothing but attack you, but Sky Dragons have a Fire Breath attack, so I would consider those to be the higher priority target of the two. And it looks like our hero is risen to level 18. She gained 5 points of vitality, so you'll notice that she gained hit points, and because she gained intelligence, she also gained magic points. So you can see that's how that works. Sting Wings are the most powerful moth enemies that we've faced so far, but they may be a bit less annoying than some of their brethren. These guys can do an attack that will leave one of your characters numb, but we do have the Numb Off spell to help deal with that, and numbness will go away if you walk around enough. Still, I would definitely consider Sting Wings to be a higher priority target than a Great Beak, so take care of them first, and then make your way down the stairs. Down here at the bottom, we'll clear up these 3 Great Beaks. We should be able to defeat them in a single round of combat, and we're going to head through this travel door, which will take us to the middle of this floor. This travel door is labeled letter C on your map, and when we get to the center, there's going to be 3 options for us. If you take the top stairway, that's going to lead to a treasure chest that contains 248 gold pieces, so if you're not super concerned about money, then you can skip this one. But the stairway that we need to go on is labeled letter F. There's only one more treasure chest in this place, and it's the one that we've been looking for, the one that contains the Book of Satori, but it is extremely well hidden. They did not want to make it easy to find this thing. So we'll come back here and we're going to head up stairway F. And that will take us to this room where we want to go down and take stairway G. Stairway V is a dead end. G leads to H. H will take us up here, which will lead us to stairway I. And then we're going to go across this rope. To get to the Book of Satori, we need to jump off of the rope, but we can find a decent item if we go all the way across. Now here's an enemy we haven't seen before. We're certainly familiar with the metal slime, and we can focus our attacks there in hopes that we get some easy experience points, but we should not mess around with that Garuda. Garudas can cast the spell of Firebane, which will deal 30 to 41 damage to each member of our party. Now remember, 3 of our party members were parrying, so that will reduce the damage by half, but that last member of your party is going to take the full blast, so Firebane is pretty bad news. If an enemy gets you with a powerful spell like Firebane, don't forget to heal after the battle. It's always better to cast your heal spells outside of battle, unless it's a very desperate situation. At the end of the rope, there's 2 stairways. Avoid the one that's headed downwards, and instead go on the stairway that's headed up. Inside, you'll find a treasure chest that contains an iron helmet. Not a bad find. Then make your way back to the rope. As we cross, it looks like we've encountered a Sting Wing and a Sky Dragon. We should be able to kill that Sting Wing in a single shot. I would consider the Sky Dragon a higher priority target because of its breath weapon, but neither of these guys should be too difficult. We got a critical hit, so that made it extra easy, and we're just going to head out to the middle of the rope and jump off. There's nothing to see on this floor, so just jump on into this crack, and when you get down here, all you need to do is go down this stairway, and that'll put you out right next to the treasure chest that contains the Book of Satori. Once you have the book, we can make like a tree and get out of here. Now that we have the book, we'll just return to the Shrine of Dhama, and it's time to promote our merchant and turn her into a sage. Before she'll be able to turn into a sage, it is important that she has the Book of Satori in her inventory. It can't be in anyone else's inventory, and the book will be consumed whenever we make her into a sage. We're going to save the game here, and before we actually make the change, it's important to remember that sages cannot wear the same equipment that merchants can wear, so we should go and pick up a few different pieces of gear before we actually do the conversion, especially considering that one of the items we need is down in the town of Tedanki. The last thing you want to be doing is dragging an armorless level 1 character down the coast to the village of Tedanki because you forgot to buy magic armor before you did the conversion. If you're short on money, you should stop in Portoga and sell off some equipment you don't need. Remember, you won't be able to sell any items when you get to Tedanki. And as you're traveling down the river, you will face the river monsters. And this time we encountered 2 of those sting wings that we just saw in the Tower of Garuna, and the Krabbis and Mana Wars that we've seen before. If you face this combination of monsters, you should prioritize fighting the sting wings and the Mana Wars first. Those guys can make your party members numb, and the Krabbis can't do anything that's nearly as impactful, so once there's only a Krabbis or 2 left, those should be able to be easily defeated. So we'll just attack. We've vanquished all of our foes, and our pilgrim, Kylo, has reached level 19. I don't think that he's going to be learning any spells this level, but he did get some good stats, and our fighter, Mance, has also leveled up, and he gained 6 points of strength and 5 points of agility, a very nice level up. So let's take a look at their status. Kylo has a lot of really good spells at his disposal, and let's take a look at our fighter. Mance has 120 attack power, so yeah, he's extremely powerful. Alright, let's make our way to Tedanki. We've definitely been here before, so we're just going to head straight over to the weapons and armor shop. The magic armor is arguably the best armor in the game that a sage can wear. It provides 40 points of defense, and it reduces damage from enemy spells, so that's very good. There are a couple other armors you might consider, like the Sacred Robe, but that one only provides 30 defense, although it does reduce the chance that a character wearing it would die to a beat or a defeat spell. So that one may be worth looking into, but I think the magic armor is just better. There's nothing left holding us back now. Let's make our way to the Dalai Lama and change our merchant into a sage. We'll take a look at her stats before the conversion. These stats will be reduced by 50%. And we also need to make sure that she has the Book of Satori, or Sage will not be an option for her. And now we'll just talk. Do we wish to change professions? We do. UCBVG wants to become a sage. And she's totally okay with starting again from level 1. Heya! UCBVG achieves enlightenment and becomes a sage. The first thing you need to do after any class conversion is to equip the character that converted. So we'll equip the zombie slasher, the magic armor, and the iron helmet. And we're back to level 1, but you can see that UCBVG is definitely not starting from scratch. If you wanted a second sage, the easiest way to do it is to raise a goof off to level 20 and then convert him or her. I'm not sure what it is about being a clown that qualifies you to be a sage, but it's certainly a lot easier than trying to fight the blue beak enemies, which could randomly drop a Book of Satori, but it's so rare that it almost never happens. We're going to save the game and then power level our sage using the metal slime trick, and we've also moved our fighter to the front of the party, because now that 3 of our party members can use magic, we need to have him at the front of the party so that we can continue to do the parry trick with 3 characters. If the front member of your party can cast magic, they won't be able to parry. So remember what we're doing here, we're changing the message speed on file 2, and that's going to set up a metal slime battle, just like we did before. So we're just going to head down and we're going to walk up, and this time whenever we defeat the metal slimes, we're going to gain so many levels on our sage. And oh look, it's 3 metal slimes and 2 simiacs. It's almost like we set that up. So remember, you're going to concentrate your attacks on the metal slimes. You may want to consider casting speed up. That may or may not help. Or just have everybody attack the slimes. Once the slimes are all out of the way, you can finish off the simiacs. Hopefully you'll be able to kill at least 1 metal slime, but if you don't, you know how to make these guys appear again. We did get 1 already, so that's pretty good. If we can get a second one, that would be crazy. I don't know if it's going to happen, but 1 is already pretty good. So we'll just keep attacking. Most of our characters missed, and that's just something that happens against metal slimes. They have very high defense. The only thing that does work against metal slimes other than attacking is the chaos spell, which we don't have right now, but you could try poison moth powder if you wanted to, so that is something that you could use against the metal slimes. We will find stores that sell poison moth powder later in the game. Okay, 1494 experience points. Let's see how many times we can level up, and also how many spells we learn, considering that the sage learns spells for both wizards and pilgrims. Yeah, she is going to learn so many spells. She'll actually have 2 different menus for them, so whenever you're in battle, you'll have to choose between wizard and pilgrim, and then you'll go into a sub-page of spells to decide which one to actually cast. And that's level 6, and I don't think that we're done there. To get to level 2 from level 1, you only need 20 experience points, and considering that we got almost 1500 for this single battle, we're probably going to get all the way to at least level 8 here. And I think that's where we'll stop right now, but it won't take very many more of these metal slime battles to get the sage up to at least level 12, and that's where I recommend that you go to right now. If you want to do extra credit and raise the sage to even higher levels, go for it, but getting the sage to at least level 12 will make her more than capable in the next dungeon. Sages are quite awesome, but they do level up slower than any other character class, making it the complete opposite of the merchant that she was before. When I'd play this game as a kid, I never wanted to change my class because I didn't want the character to start over at level 1, but it turns out it's actually very easy to level up a character from level 1, and the 50% of the stats that they keep from their original character class make the converted character way better. And although we were trying to level up the sage, our fighter just went up to level 19 and gained 10 points of strength, and our pilgrim went up to level 20. Let's see if he learns any new spells. No, but okay, our sage has made it to level 12, so that was the goal for this exercise. When we take a look at the stats, you're going to notice that our level 12 sage doesn't look too far off from our other characters, which are technically at higher levels. So you can see Mance has 130 attack now, and we'll take a look at Kylo. So this is a good comparison. 76 magic points, lots of spells to cast. Now let's take a look at UCBVG. Alright, so she has 36 magic points, and a decent number of spells. And those are just the wizard ones. Here are the pilgrim spells. Of the low-level wizard spells that we learned, the one that we'll probably get the most usage out of is Increase. Increase will raise the defense of all of our party members until the end of a battle, so that's one that we'll often want to cast at the beginning of a boss fight. Well, now that we have a fully powered up sage, The next thing that we need to do is find the game's final key. To get that final key, we need to do a whole daisy chain of quests, and to start, we're going to head to Baharata. Now we're not actually going to go into the town, we just want to start sailing south from here. We're heading towards the landmass that looks like Australia, because that's where we'll find a new town, the tiny village of Lancel. With all the leveling up we've done lately, 5 mana wars should be a piece of cake. So just attack, 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 and those guys will go down, and we'll be able to continue on our way. Once you get to the coast, you want to cut inwards over here to the left and just walk straight across to the village. Once we get within the city limits, this woman welcomes us to Lancel, and this guy wants us to know that his shrine is large. Yeah, we're just gonna take your word for that. This woman is the daughter of the tool shopkeeper, and then she practically begs us to buy invisibility herbs. I wonder why. Did her father order too many of them? Are they going to go bad? Should we insist on a deal? Well, the good news for them is, we came here to buy invisibility herbs. We really only need one, so that's not going to help with their overstock problem, but we should definitely pick up at least one of those while we're here. We're going to need it to get into the Castle of Eginbear. Also, we're going to sell off Ray's iron helmet, because if we have 3,500 gold pieces, we'll be able to buy a better helmet here. If we talk to this guy, he tells us a clue about the final key. To get it, we need some kind of vase. Yes, that's very true. Over here at the weapons store, we can buy the iron mask. The iron mask costs 3,500 gold pieces, but that is the best helmet that a hero can wear. For the entire game, there is not a better one. Later on in the game, we're going to find some legendary weapons and armor for our hero to use, but the full set includes a sword, a shield, and a set of armor. There is no helmet. The iron mask, that's the best there is. We can head over here and stay at the inn. It may seem like there's not much more to this town, but if you head over to the right and walk out into the forest, you can curve back around to the left and make your way to a whole other level up here. To get much deeper into town, we're going to need the final key, and this guy tells you what this shrine is. It's a gateway to a place called the Navel of the Earth, also known as Gaia's belly button. This guy tells us that the invisibility herb can help us get into the Castle of Eginbear, and then he laughs a whole bunch about it. Well, I hope he isn't joking, because that's where we're going to head next. Use your return spell to go to Portoga, and then start sailing around the coast. Eginbear is located on its own island, and it's relatively near the secret village of the elves. So just sail up here, and whenever you see the castle, make your way inside. You'll notice when you get in here that this castle is well guarded, and this guy just won't let us through. He also calls us yokels. We can use that invisibility herb that we just bought to sneak by this guy, but seriously? Yokels? I'll have you know that I am the daughter of the brave hero Ortega, and just last week I was the king of Romilly. Yokels. It is fun to try to talk to people while you're invisible though. That guy says G. It doesn't take long for the effects of the invisibility herb to wear off, but once you're inside they're not going to kick you out. Although that guy does refer to us as country people. What is it that makes him think we're from the country? What kind of country people do you know that wear full suits of armor? Well, in any case, we can make our way outside to this courtyard, and if we talk to this kid, he tells us that the final key is in a shrine somewhere. And that's true. It's in the Shrine of the Shoals, but we won't be able to make that shrine appear until we get the Vase of Drought, and that's an item that we'll have to find here in this castle. As we head upstairs, we'll be able to walk right by this guard, and we can talk to the king's advisor who tells us about a people called the Soo that live over on the western continent. If we talk to the king, he'll give us a little jab about being from the provinces, but he'll do his kingly duty and tell us how many more experience points we need to get to the next level, and then he'll inscribe the results of our journey in the Imperial Scrolls of Honor. Personally, I think being the king of a place like Romilly is more prestigious than being the king of this little island, but I guess who am I to say? If we head down here, we'll be able to find a secret passage that wraps around to this stairway, and it leads over to this courtyard. There's not a whole lot going on in this courtyard, but if we follow it down here, we can find this guy who has a useful clue to us. Arranging the 3 boulders on the blue floor in the basement is supposed to make something happen. So that guy is telling us the solution to the next puzzle, although we may have been able to figure it out on our own. So the next question is, where is this hidden basement that has the boulders in it? Let's make our way back downstairs and see what the other people in the castle have to say. So we'll go right by the king and head back down the stairs, and we'll make our way over to this beautifully decorated courtyard that is filled with flowers and statues of what appear to be lions. This woman wants us to know that the woman near the pond is the princess, as if we couldn't have figured that out from her tiara. She says that she heard that we're not from around here. Whatever gave you that impression? If you head over to this door, we can unlock it, but all we're going to find out is that this is the king and princess's chamber. It's not very impressive. When you head down this way and unlock a couple doors, you'll find 2 people that won't make fun of you for being from the country. Instead, they actually have some useful clues, so that's a nice change. This guy tells us that somewhere in the world is a vase that has the power to dry the ocean, and when you tell him it's located in this castle, he's very surprised. This guy lets us know that the shrine we need to find is marked by some shoals, so that's also a useful clue, and we'll head back out the way that we came. We need to head over here to this stairway. That's going to take us to the castle basement, where we'll find the rock pushing puzzle. We need to move all 3 rocks into the blue area at the top of the screen without pushing any of them into the water. If you push any of the rocks into the water, you can just go up the stairs to reset the puzzle. So we're pushing this rock, that was the leftmost one. We'll move that one up into the safety zone first. Then we'll push this one up and over to the right near that water. Then we can push it up and over to the left and move it into position. And then the last rock is pretty easy. We're just going to walk around, push it up 1 space, over to the left all the way to the water. Then we'll go back around the other way, push it to the top. Then we'll push it over into the center, right next to the water. And then we can push it up and over to the right, solving the puzzle. Eureka! With the 3 rocks in place, a hidden door opens up on the right, and when we follow this hallway, we'll find a hidden chest, and inside is the Vase of Drought. Because we're technically inside of a town, we can just cast the spell of return to get out of here, and we're going to return to Baharata. We headed back here because it's close to our next destination. We want to make our way to the Shrine of the Shoals, and that's where we're going to be able to find the final key. But on the way, we're going to stop at a new village, the Village of Jipang, also known as the Golden Country. So we're going to head down to our ship and start sailing around the coast. So make your way to the right. We sailed this way earlier when we were headed to the Shrine of Dhama, but this time, instead of going up the river that leads to the shrine, we're going to keep heading east. Staying close to the coast will make it easy to find your way, so just follow the land around to the right. We've seen most of the ocean monsters already, but we haven't run into Hades condors yet. Of the 5 monsters in the basic ocean set, these are probably the most dangerous because they can cast the Limbo spell, as that one just did. We got lucky here and it didn't work on Mance, but if it had worked, he would have disappeared, and the only way to get him back would be to return to the village of Aliahan, and we would find him at Louisa's place. The Limbo spell will never work on your hero, so you don't have to worry about that, but it can be very devastating, so if one of your characters gets limboed, well, that will suddenly be a change of plans. You'll have to go back to Aliahan and find them. As we head over here, we encounter a whole bunch of sea life, but these creatures are pretty easy to defeat, and none of these guys will cast the Limbo magic on you. Our Sage has now leveled up to level 13, and let's see if she learns any spells. Almost definitely. But let's see how many. 1, 2, 3 new spells. Well, that's pretty typical for a Sage. Let's take a look at her status and see what spells we learned. On the wizard side, we got the spell of Slow, which we could have learned at a previous level. And on the pilgrim side, we got Stop Spell and Infernos. Not bad. When you see this small chain of islands, this is one of the places we were looking for, the Village of Jipang. Jipang is obviously meant to represent Japan, but this village has a big problem. It's threatened by a demon called the Orochi, and the only way the villagers have found to keep the demon at bay is to offer it young women as sacrifices. This kid is extremely distraught because his sister, Yayoi, is to be the next sacrifice, but what can they do? If they don't offer someone, the Orochi will attack and devour everybody. We need to help these people, but what's in it for us? Well, this woman says that their leader, Himiko, has a crystal ball that might be one of the magical orbs we're looking for. This woman is very excited that her baby is a boy and not a girl because the Orochi doesn't like the taste of men. Over here we meet a missionary who's been trying to preach the good message of the Book of Satori, but alas, everyone here is devoted to Himiko. Down here we meet a pretty normal looking old man who tells us that the Orochi is a terrifying monster. Yeah, thanks for that. Down this stairway there's nothing here right now, but later on if we rescue Yayoi, we'll be able to find her down here. If we head up into this corner we can talk to this woman. She is extremely concerned about becoming the Orochi's next meal. When we talk to this woman up here, she tells us that it was their leader, Himiko, who said that we must offer someone to the Orochi. So that's interesting. And if we go deeper, we can actually find Himiko herself. This woman thinks that our outfits are weird. Apparently she's never seen armor before. If we head over here, this woman says that their leader has recently acquired some strange supernatural powers. So that's kinda odd. As we talk to the people inside this dojo, it doesn't seem like anyone can say anything about this Orochi monster without also mentioning their leader Himiko. Could the two be related somehow? Well, there's only one way to find out. We need to speak with Himiko ourselves, and while we're at it, we should ask her about that crystal ball that she might have. But whenever we do talk to her, she acts extremely suspicious. She wants to know if we're the Outlander called Ray, and then she says that she despises Outlanders. Well, that's not a great way to start a conversation. To be able to help the people of Jipang, we need to go into that cave that's right next to the city, but before we do that, we can continue to sail up the coastline, and we'll find another new city to explore, the Village of Muor. So just make your way up north, and here it is. Visiting Muor is totally optional, but there is one interesting thing to find here. This town is a pretty boring place at night, so we'll stay at the inn to wake everybody up. Down here we'll meet your typical greeter, but he'll proudly tell us that this is the most remote village in the land, and if we talk to this old man, he wants to know if we came by ship. If you tell him no, he'll be very impressed, and it is true that you could come here before you get the ship, but it is a very long walk, and it's probably not worth it. This guy mistakes us for someone named Papa Gatero, and yeah, I think I'd remember if I had such a ridiculous name. Or maybe not. Maybe I've been blacking out and leading a separate existence named Papa Gatero, like some kind of Dragon Quest Tyler Durden. Who knows? Well, in any case, over here we'll find the market, and this is your standard tool shop. They sell poison moth powder here, so if you have a lot of money and you want some consumable items that can make enemies confused, feel free to buy some. Up here we'll find your weapons and armor store. Not a lot of new stuff here, but if you don't have an iron mask yet, now is the time to buy one for your hero. The last merchant here also mistakes us for Papa Gatero, and while that other guy we talked to might have been high, two people couldn't have possibly made the same mistake. It can't just be a coincidence. We need to find out more about this Papa Gatero. In addition to Papa Gatero, several of the people in town have mentioned a kid named Popata, and this woman says that she's his mother and that he went to the market to play. But we didn't see any kids in the market. That's because he went in through the secret back door, and we can too by pushing through this false wall. If you come down here and go up these stairs, we'll find answers to all of our questions. Behind this door are 4 people, and the first kid we talk to just mistakes us for Papa Gatero again, and this woman tells us that Popata is a frisky boy, and yeah, I don't want to know any more about that. But this kid on the left, that's Popata himself, and when you talk to him, he'll give you the water blaster. And finally, when you talk to this guy, he'll tell us what we need to know. It seems that back in Aliahan, Papa Gatero went by a different name. That's right. He's Ray's father, Ortega. Everything makes a lot more sense now. As we leave, we can say goodbye to this old man who says, "Welcome, Papa Gatero." And with that, we'll leave the town of Muor behind. We're going to head back to our ship and continue our voyage up the coast, but before we reached it, we were attacked by 4 metal slimes, so we might as well try our luck and see if we can get a bunch of experience points out of these guys. In this area, you might be attacked by 4, 5, 6, even 7 metal slimes at a time, and although having a lot of metal slimes on the screen doesn't seem to make it that much easier to kill 1 or 2 of them, it does improve your odds if you happen to get a critical hit. The problem with lots of metal slimes is if your party members all attack separate metal slimes and then they all run away, you might not end up killing any of them. But metal slimes are worth so many experience points, whenever you get the opportunity to fight a bunch of them, you should probably give it a try. As you continue north from the village of Muor, you'll notice that there's a very large forest over here to the left, and if we go and explore that area, that's where we can find the Leaf of the World Tree. The Leaf of the World Tree is a single-use item that can revive a dead character, and they'll come back to life with full HP. The best thing about it is while you can only hold one of them in your inventory at a time, after you've used it, you can go back to the same spot and find another one as many times as you want. Large groups of metal slimes are actually fairly common in this area, so if you encounter one, give them a try and see if you can pick a few off for some extra experience points. although would probably be a lot more excited about fighting a horde of metal slimes if we couldn't make them appear on demand near the Shrine of Dhama. One enemy type that you could run into in this area that is very dangerous is the bomb crags. Most of the time they'll just assess the situation, but sooner or later they'll use the sacrifice magic, which will kill the bomb crag, but could automatically kill members of your party. So in that case, you might just need the Leaf of the World tree. After fighting those metal slimes, it's no surprise that one of our characters leveled up, and this time it's our hero. She has risen to level 20, and she learned a new spell. So let's take a look at her status. 105 attack power, very good. And now she knows the spell of Repel. To find the Leaf of the World tree, look for this gray mountain peak on the right side, and then walk 10 paces to the left and search. You'll examine the ground at your feet and find the Leaf of the World tree. Once you have it, you can get out of here. Unless you have a dead character or two, you can feed them the Leaf of the World tree and then immediately find another one. As we sail away, the oceans in this area feature some meaner monsters than the ones that we're used to, and because it's nighttime, we've run into the most dangerous ocean monsters of them all, the tentacles. With an attack score of 97 and 200 hit points each, these tentacles are not going to go down easily. The good news is that they don't do anything special. All they do is attack, and they're fairly slow with only 36 agility, so we should be able to pick off one of these per round, and hopefully we'll be able to take it out before it gets its turn to attack. When there's only one tentacles left, we should almost certainly be able to finish it before it gets its turn, and it seems that we have prevailed, and our sage has risen to level 14. I wonder how many spells we're going to learn this time. Well, we only learned 2. Only 2. So let's take a look and see what we got. It turns out level 14 is a great one for a sage. As a wizard, we learned the return spell, and as a pilgrim, we picked up Heal More. So those are 2 spells that we will definitely use. One of the best things about having a sage is having an extra healer in the party, and it's always nice to have an additional character that can cast Return, just in case. Keep following the coast, and as soon as you see that ice, that's when you want to head to the right, and you're looking for this formation in the water. This is where we need to use the Vase of Drought. And whenever you use it, suddenly the Shrine of the Shoals will rise up from beneath the depths. So we'll just wait here as the shrine emerges from the water, and then we can just step into it from our ship. Inside, this is where we're going to get the final key. And this is the key to end all keys. We don't need to carry any other keys at this point. The final key can open any door. Now that we have the final key, we can unlock prison doors, and we can talk to this creepy skeleton who tells us about the Great Pit called Giaga, where all misfortunes emanate from. A very ominous clue. Now that we have the final key, there are many doors that we would like to unlock with it, and we'll start over here near the village of Jipang. There's a shrine nearby, and inside there's an inn that we can stay at for 60 pieces of gold, and there's a door over on the left that we could have unlocked before, but you'll notice there's one of those prison doors over in the lower right corner, so we'll be able to use our final key there. This woman reminds us that the village of Jipang is being terrorized by an evil demon called the Orochi, and that's actually the next thing that we're going to take care of. But before we go to the cave of Jipang, let's open up this final key door and see what's on the other side. Inside there's a travel door, And where does this one take us? Well, it takes us to another shrine, the one over on the west coast of the Africa continent. And this is the one that has that house of healing inside that we stopped at on the way to the village of Tedanki. So it's not super useful to be able to transport between these two locations unless you really needed a house of healing. So we're going to head back through the travel door, and it's time to make our way to the Cave of Jipang and take on the next boss, the Orochi. If you need to make any last-minute preparations before heading to the dungeon, now's the time, but I think our party should be strong enough now to handle this one. So we're just going to sail right over near the cave, and if you do hit an enemy on this island, there's only two possible enemy types you can fight here: King Frogors and Fierce Bears. King Frogors are an enemy that we've been fighting for quite some time. We encountered them at first way back in the pyramid, so those guys are pretty easy, and the bears aren't that bad either. And here it is, the Cave of Jipang. And well, this is quite a battle. 8 metal slimes. 8! 8 is the maximum number of metal slimes you could possibly fight at once. It's the most number of any enemy you could fight at once. A lot of them might cast Blaze on you, many of them are going to run away, and your attacks will probably be distributed across a number of the metal slimes. But if you get lucky and you happen to get a critical hit, or maybe a few of your attacks just line up on one of the last remaining metal slimes, you'll probably be able to kill at least one of these, probably 2, maybe even 3. So let's see what happens. When you're fighting this many of them, I do recommend using speed up at the beginning of the battle. It'll give you a little bit more of a chance to be able to kill them if your characters get to go first before they have a chance to run away. And right now I'm not sure that we've killed any of these slimes, but we'll keep fighting just the same. There's only 2 of them left now, so our odds of killing at least one at this point have improved somewhat. So 1 damage on Metal Slime E. We'll need to hit it several more times to be able to kill it. Metal Slimes only have 4 hit points, but their defense is so high that your attacks are often going to miss. And there's not a whole lot that we can do about that. Well, now there's only 1 Metal Slime left. Are we going to get any out of this battle? Come on, big money. And we did it. We did manage to kill 1 Metal Slime out of 8. So you can see, there being more of them doesn't actually make it that much easier to kill one. At this point, we have seen quite a few metal slimes, but here's 2 new enemy types that we haven't seen before. Of the 2, I would say that the Lava Basher is your higher priority target. Fierce Bears just attack you, so they don't do anything special, but a Lava Basher can do a Fire Breath attack that hits your entire party. And with that victory, Kylo, our pilgrim, has risen to level 21. An additional 4 agility is certainly helpful, and 8 more magic points will definitely come in handy. There's a number of dead ends in here, so you want to follow the path along to the left, and just follow down the left side. Once you get down to the bottom, you can follow the path along to the right, and this time we ran into 2 Fierce Bears and a new enemy type, a Deranger. Just like the similar looking Nev enemies, a Deranger can cast the Chaos spell, which can confuse your party members, so you won't be surprised to hear that the Deranger is the higher priority target in this combination. Still, these Fierce Bears can hit pretty hard, so just to be extra safe, I am going to use some healing magic on UCBVG, but it looks like it was completely unnecessary because we were able to finish off the bears before they attacked again. And this time it was Mance, our fighter, who leveled up, and he's reached level 20 and gained 10 points of agility and 9 hit points. We'll take a moment here to heal up our characters. Remember, you would always ideally like to be doing your healing spells outside of battle, And we'll take a look at Mance's stats. He now attacks for 131. Very good. This time we've encountered 2 Lava Bashers, so there was only 1 the previous time. Remember, these guys can do a breath attack that hits your whole party, so if you have to fight a lot of Lava Bashers, that could be dangerous, but 2 of them is not very bad. We should be able to kill them before they even have a chance to attack us. Now that stairway is the way to go, but if you want to pick up an item that is extremely cursed, you could head over here where you can find the No Mask. The No Mask is an item that you should no equip. It has insanely high defense, but it doesn't matter. The curse is just way too bad. Any character wearing a No Mask will be unable to cast spells or use items, and will be permanently confused until you have the mask removed. So unless you're just trying to have a laugh, do not equip that thing. And after fighting that battle, our Sage has risen to level 15 and learned 3 new spells. Man, it's awesome having a Sage. Let's see what we got. On the Wizard side, we got Firebane, which is a pretty powerful attack magic, but more importantly, we got Rob Magic, which will let us steal magic points from enemies. On the Pilgrim side, we got Numb Off, and that is definitely a spell that could come in handy, especially if our Pilgrim is the one that becomes numb. Whenever you're facing 3 Lava Bashers, one of them might actually get its turn to attack and could potentially use its breath weapon, but they're still not that threatening. And up here we can see the altar where the offerings are left for the Orochi, so we know that we're getting close. But that's not the way we need to go. We need to head over here to the right. Cross this bridge over the lava. Watch out for any enemies that attack you here. 3 more Lava Bashers. Make sure to heal if you take too many hits from the breath weapon. We probably could use at least a couple heals at this point, especially on UCBVG there at the back of the party. Remember, the last person in your party won't be able to parry each round, so they'll take extra damage from things like a breath weapon or spells that hit the entire party. That pink dragon on the right is the boss, and as soon as you walk in front of it, it's going to trigger the battle, so make sure that you're all healed up and ready to go before you take that next step. And here we go. It's time to fight the Orochi. The Orochi only has 300 hit points, but it regenerates 100 hit points every round, so it feels like it has a lot more. Each round of combat, it also gets 2 actions, so the Orochi will either do a large attack on one character, or it will do its breath attack that hits the entire party. In the first round, you want to have your Pilgrim cast Speed Up, and your Wizard should cast Increase. In round 2, you can have your Sage cast Sap to reduce the Orochi's defense, and you may need to have your Pilgrim start casting Healing Magic on anybody that has low HP. In the later rounds, you want to just make sure that your fighter and your hero are always attacking, and you can have the Pilgrim and the Sage attack if nobody needs to be healed. Something else that you might want to try is the Sleep Spell. The Sleep Spell actually has a 70% chance of success. The only problem with it is that because the Orochi gets 2 attacks per round, whenever it wakes up, it still gets to take its second attack. So sometimes you'll cast Sleep on this guy, and it'll only cancel out half of what it does that round. If the Orochi stays asleep for an entire round or more, then it was worth it, but sometimes it may just be better to have your Pilgrim join in the attack effort. And that's it, we've done it, we defeated the Orochi! For our troubles, we'll get the Orochi's sword, which doesn't hit quite as hard as a zombie slasher, but it's almost as good, and if you use it as an item during battle, it'll cast the defense spell for free, so we're definitely going to be happy to have that. Make sure to heal yourself before you walk over into the portal. It is possible that you'll hit a random battle before you actually make it over there. So the last thing that you want to do is be super weak after fighting that boss and then just get killed by 3 lava bashers because you forgot to heal yourself. So make sure that you're all set. Transfer the Orochi sword to somebody who might use it. We're going to switch it over to our hero right now, who was still using a battle axe. A big upgrade for her. And just like I said, you could get hit by a random battle before you walk into that portal, so make sure that you are ready for it. When we emerge from the portal, we find ourselves in the village of Jipang, and it seems that Himiko has been injured. That's because she was the Orochi all along, and this is not over. She'll ask you to keep quiet, but you need to tell her no, and when you do, it's going to trigger another battle, so make sure that you're ready before you talk to her. This is the exact same boss that we just fought, so all the same strategies that we used before are going to work here. The only real difference is that you can only have one Orochi sword, so you won't get a second one when you win the battle this time. Just like the first time, we're going to cast Increase and Speed Up in the first round, and because our hero is now equipped with the Orochi sword, a big upgrade over the weapon she was using before, this battle should be a little bit easier this time. Just like in the previous battle, we're going to use Sap in round 2, and we didn't try Sleep the last time we fought this boss, so we'll try it this time. Sleep did resolve, and the Orochi stayed asleep for the entire round, so that's pretty good. But don't be too overconfident. Remember, if it wakes up this round, it'll still get a second attack. So everybody attacked, and the Orochi stayed asleep for a second round, so we should have no problem beating it this time. No problem at all. A couple more attacks should get us there, and once again we have defeated the Orochi. This time it has a treasure chest that only contains gold pieces, and our sage has leveled up to level 16. And so Himiko was the Orochi. That rumor has spread throughout the country like wildfire, and so the day breaks. After the battle, we'll find a single treasure chest where Himiko once stood, and inside, we'll find the purple orb. 1 down, 5 more to go. Before we leave Jipang behind, we can talk to the people and see how the truth about Himiko has affected them. At this point, one question does remain. Was Himiko always the Orochi? Or did the demon terminate her and then assume her form, like some kind of Dragon Quest T-1000? I think the evidence points to the latter. When we talked to this character earlier, she told us that Himiko had recently gained supernatural powers, which indicates that there was a change at some point. Of course, we'll never know for sure. It's certainly possible that Himiko was always the Orochi and had just been biding her time, building up trust within the village, and then later decided to unleash her diabolical plan. One of the biggest twists in the story comes when we talk to this woman, who tells us that her child was actually a girl, and she had been pretending that it was a boy to avoid having it offered to the monster. That's pretty intense. This missionary is very frustrated. Apparently now that Himiko is gone, the people have started to see Rei as their new messiah. But can you hardly blame them? Without us, this village would have been completely destroyed by that demon, but fortunately for the missionary, we're not going to be hanging around here much longer. When we talk to this kid, he reminds us that it was his sister, Yayoi, who was going to be the next sacrifice, and if we head over into this building, we can meet up with her before we leave. When we talk to Yayoi, she says that she owes us her life, and then she asks, "How can I ever thank you?" Well, let's see, I accept items, gold pieces, PayPal, Cash App. Before we leave, there is one more trick that I want to show you here. We had to fight the Orochi twice, but it's actually possible to fight the boss a lot more times than that. Whenever he runs into the portal, if you cast outside instead of following the boss, and then work your way all the way back up to where the boss is, the boss will have respawned, and you can fight it again. And you can keep doing this over and over again as many times as you want. You only get one Orochi sword, but there is some good experience points to be had from fighting that boss, but it is dangerous, so don't get carried away. With everything done here, we're going to return to Liamland, and we'll stop at the vault. It's actually been a minute since we've been here, and we have a bunch of superfluous items that we don't need anymore. Drop off any extra keys, you only need the final key, and you can leave the purple orb here for now as well. So just drop off anything you don't need. We're not going to need the Vase of Drought, for instance. We have a lot more treasure to find, and we don't want to have a bunch of items in our inventory that we're not going to use, but we also can't throw away. The next thing that we need to do is create a new character. To be able to get one of the orbs, we have to make a merchant, and we'll have to take that merchant to a new town and leave him there. So this is not somebody that we're going to want to level up or invest a lot of time into. So we're just going to erase one of these characters that we used for money, and we'll make a new merchant. We'll name him Mr. Biz. If you were trying to play this game solo, it is possible to beat every other part of this game without having any other characters in your party, but for this one part, you will need to have a merchant, and there's nothing you can do to get around that without using glitches or something like Game Genie. We're obviously not trying to complete a solo quest here. We've had 4 people in our party for the entire game, but if you were, I did want to point out that there is this one part where you need to have a second person. So we're going to leave Kylo at the kennel, and we'll pick up Mr. Biz. So yeah, save the game, come on, whatever. And we'll add Mr. Biz to the party. And we need to go to the continent that looks like North America. Before we do that, we'll hang out at Ray's mom's house. She's like, oh, you have a new friend. What's his name? Mr. Biz. Nice to meet you, Mr. Biz. Well, whenever you're done here, we're going to return to Portoga. And instead of sailing up the coast this time, we're just going to start heading west, so point your ship to the left and just go across the sea. Once you see the land, just start following the coastline upwards. You'll see some orange hills, and then there will be a small forest with a little clearing in it. That clearing is what you're looking for. This is Newtown. Newtown isn't much to look at right now. It's actually just one old man. But apparently the only thing that's stopping it from being a bustling metropolis is that there's no merchant here. Well, we have the solution to your problems, my friend. Mr. Biz will volunteer to stay here, and any items that he had will be sent back to the vault in Liamland, because we will not be getting him back. As you complete certain key quests, this town will develop, and because we already did Jipang, we can just leave and come back, and we'll see instantaneous change. So we'll just walk out, and we'll walk back in, and the first thing that you'll notice is Mr. Biz looks completely different. Like they changed his appearance so that he can go into witness security. That's all there is to see here for now, so let's warp back to Liamland and get our good friend Kylo back. Once we get the squad back together, there is another village over on the North American continent that we haven't visited yet, and it's a little bit more difficult to reach than Newtown was. This village, the Village of Soo, has a very nice item that we can find for free, so we definitely want to stop over there, even if it is optional. We'll stay at Ray's mom's house. Ray, what happened to your friend Mr. Biz? Oh, you were just helping him move? That's nice, dear. And then we'll return to Portoga. So just like the last time, we're going to get into our ship and just start sailing to the left. And here's another battle that we've seen before, so we'll quickly run through this one. But whenever you get to the coast this time, instead of following it up, we're going to follow it down. To get to the village, we need to sail up a river. I believe this river represents the Mississippi, and here's the inlet you're looking for here. At the first intersection, stay in the middle, and there are some river monsters here. 4 mana wars are pretty easy, we should be able to defeat them in a single round. But it looks like our pilgrim leveled up. Well, I guess being over at Louisa's place for a while made him come back with a vengeance. He gained 8 HP and 2 new spells. Nice! Let's take a look and see what spells we learned. It looks like we got both Beat and Limbo. Those are 2 spells which sort of do the same thing, which is essentially remove one enemy from combat. If you use Limbo, the enemy is removed but is not killed, so you don't get experience points for that. You would get experience points if you use Beat. Enemies do have different resistances to Limbo and Beat, so you'll want to pay attention to that if you're looking at their enemy data. We're almost to the village here, but we were attacked by 3 Krabbus enemies. Let's try out that Orochi sword. So you can see it used the defense spell for free. And now the hard exoskeletons on these crabs have been softened up, and we should be able to finish them off pretty easily. Items that can cast useful spells are very handy to have, so even after we find better weapons, we're still going to carry around the Orochi sword so we can use that secondary ability. You may also be surprised to find out that a sage can equip the Orochi sword, so I'm going to actually make that change. I'll switch over the Orochi sword to UCBVG, and we'll have Ray use a zombie slasher. That way, if we want to use the Orochi sword as an item in battle, we won't have to waste valuable turns on the hero to do it. And it looks like we made it to the village. This is the Village of Soo, which is named after a Native American tribe that has a name that sounds the same but is spelled differently. This guy wants to know if there was a town directly east of here, and he's asking about Newtown where we left Mr. Biz. If you say yes, he says that's great, but if you tell him no, he says that long ago people from this town left to make a new settlement, and they never returned. Well, I hate to tell that guy, but if multiple people left here, there was only one guy alive when we found the place. This guy gives us some backstory on the Vase of Drought. It was apparently made here but stolen, and if you talk to this horse, he doesn't say nay. It turns out that Mr. Ed lives in this village. This guy warming himself by the fire tells us about a place called Greenlad, and that's not a typo, that's just what they call Greenland in this game. He tells us that a wizard lives there, and we will have to visit him later. That kid tells us about an item called the Echoing Flute, and if you remember the Echoing Flute from Dragon Warrior 2, well, it works pretty similarly in this game, except it responds to orbs instead of crests. This shop sells both poison moth powder and invisibility herbs, making it one of the most well-stocked item shops in the entire game. While we're here, we can sell off some things that we don't need. We definitely won't be needing the battle axe anymore, and we can sell the No Mask for 1 gold piece. That's an item that would have been amazing in Dragon Warrior 2, but in this game, it's not so hot. This guy wants to make sure that we know that that is his horse, and this man says, "We not tell lies." Yeah, I'm not even gonna touch that one. The horse says nay, and over here is the Wayfarer's Inn for this town. It only costs 20 gold pieces, which seems like a pretty good bargain, so we'll spend the night. And there is one more thing in this town. If you search right over here near the well, we'll find a new weapon, the Staff of Thunder. You may remember the Staff of Thunder from Dragon Warrior 2, and it works similarly in this game. We're not going to want to equip it and use it as a melee weapon, but any class can use it as an item during combat, to cast the Firebane spell for free. So yes, we will be getting a decent amount of use out of this weapon. Now that we have the final key, we need to head back to the ghost town of Tedanki, and while we're there, I want to pick up a second set of magic armor for our pilgrim to use, so we can sell off some items over here in Portoga to raise some cash. Remember, there's no item shop in Tedanki, so you will not be able to sell items when you get there. You remember the way, just follow this coastline, take the river in at the Orange Mountains, and that brings us here to the village. Our first order of business here is we're going to buy the magic armor, and we're going to give that to our pilgrim, so we're going to move the cloak of evasion that he's wearing over to our fighter. Now our fighter was wearing a fighting suit before, which has slightly higher defense than the cloak of evasion, but the cloak of evasion will make him totally avoid an attack 1 out of 5 times, which I think is way better than 3 points of defense. Up in the front of the party, Mance is going to take a lot of attacks, and being able to completely avoid 1 out of 5 of them is going to make a huge difference. Also, the magic armor is a big upgrade for our pilgrim, 20 more defense than the cloak he was wearing before, and an additional reduction of damage from enemy spells. Once you have any weapons and armor that you need, the real reason that we came here was to open up this door and speak to this prisoner. When you do, he gives us the green orb. So that's 2 orbs down and 4 to go. Man, it must be awful being a ghost that's also a prisoner, having to live out your eternity in that cell. I kinda hope that by giving us the orb, maybe his spirit was able to move on. During the day, if you go over to the prison cell and talk to his bones, they won't say anything to you, but there were scribblings found on the wall. He says, "I'm glad I was able to hand over the orb while I was still alive." Wait a minute, was that guy alive, or was he a ghost? Now I'm not sure. Well, in any case, we got the orb we were looking for, and the next thing that we're going to do is an optional side quest. So we're going to return to Jipang and start sailing up the coast again. And along the way, it seems that our fighter has reached level 21. He gained 9 points of agility and 11 hit points. Pretty good. Let's take a look at his stats. 131 attack power, not too shabby. And we're just going to start sailing across the sea to the east. This is going to take us to the other side of the North American continent. So just keep sailing over to the right. You need to go up a little bit, but once you get to the coastline, you can start following it along here, and eventually you'll come to a tower. Now this is the Tower of Arp. The Tower of Arp is a totally optional dungeon that contains the Echoing Flute, an item that can help us find the missing orbs, but we don't actually need it to find them. Still, we're going to get it anyways, and it seems that we've been attacked by a venom zombie and a lethal armor. The lethal armor just attacks or uses the defense spell to reduce your party's armor, but a venom zombie, well, they can do a poison breath attack, they can do a poison attack, they can make somebody numb, or they can call a voodoo shaman, so that is definitely the higher priority target in that set. 3 eliminators are a little bit easier to beat. These guys only attack or cast stop spell, so I don't recommend using magic against them. Just make sure to parry with your front 3 characters, cancel the parries, and then just start attacking. And you should be able to take out at least 1 of these per round, possibly 2 if you get a bit lucky. So I think we can finish this battle this round, especially if the Eliminator casts Stop Spell. If we're not using magic against them, he essentially just wasted his turn. With the Eliminators eliminated, we're going to make our way up here and go through this door. I'm not sure why we're still carrying the Thief's Key. We should just drop that off the next time we're in town. You can use your final key on that door, it would work just the same. And here's the lethal armor and the venom zombie again. Remember that the venom zombie is the higher priority target. And we're going to make our way around here to the right. And we hit another battle. Well, that was quick. This time, though, it's 3 Venom zombies in a lethal armor, so this one's a little bit more serious. The Venom zombies have no resistance to fire, so we're going to use the Staff of Thunder against them. Remember, it may be called the Staff of Thunder, but it uses a fire-based spell, so you want to look at the fire resistance, not the lightning resistance, when you're trying to determine whether or not to use the staff. With only 2 zombies left, the rest of this battle should be a piece of cake, so we'll just have everyone attack, 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 and we're probably faster than Venom zombies, so I expect they won't get a chance to attack back. And we're going to continue up the right side here, go through the door. You can also go up the left side. Either way will work, we're just trying to get into this door in the top middle. Here's the 3 eliminators again. Remember, they just attack or cast stop spells, so as long as you're not planning to use magic against them, you should be fine. And our hero has leveled up to level 22. Not a lot of strength and agility for this level, but we did gain both intelligence and vitality, so we got a good bit of hit points and magic points that level. Let's take a look at Ray's stats. She now has a max of over 200 hit points. Everyone's looking a little bit under the weather after that last battle, so we'll cast a little bit of healing magic. And whenever we get through the next door, you're going to see a bank of 4 stairways. It does matter which one you go up, even though they all kind of take you to the same place. You want to take one of the stairways on the left, and I'll show you what happens if you take one on the right side. You won't be able to get where you're going. See, you want to go left and you just have to go down the stairs again. So take a stairway on the left side, and you want to make your way over to the left here. There's nothing else on this floor. The other 3 hallways lead to dead ends. So we'll clear these eliminators, and we're going to make our way to the upper left corner of this floor, which is laid out in a manji shape. And let's see what battle we got this time. 2 lethal armors and 1 eliminator, so this is a different combination from what we've seen so far. Of these 2 enemy types, the lethal armors are more concerning, but because the eliminator is by himself, we can more easily coordinate our attacks against him. So we'll have 2 characters attack the eliminator, and we can be pretty confident that he won't be around for round 2 of combat. We'll also use our Staff of Thunder against the 2 lethal armors to soften them up a bit, and then we'll just have everyone attack, 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 and we should be able to win this battle this round. Took 13 damage from a lethal armor, but really didn't sustain too many hits that time. And our Sage has leveled up again, this time to level 17, so she's catching up to the rest of the team. She also gained 12 hit points that round, so that's pretty good, although it's been a moment since she learned a new spell. From here, the path is kind of straightforward. We're going to go up this stairway, and then we're going to take the only other stairway that we can here, and then we'll just go straight across and go up the first stairway that we see. And here we have Barnabas paired up with a lethal armor. These Barneys are sort of like a powered up version of the Humanibat enemies that we fought before, so they can cast Stop Spell, they can do an attack, and occasionally they'll cast Heal More, which makes them a high priority target, so you want to get rid of them first. Then we can focus our attacks on the remaining lethal armor, and he should go down pretty easily, especially if we get a critical hit. Been getting a lot of critical hits lately. Our fighter has an above average chance of getting critical hits. He gains about 0.3% critical hit chance every level, so about every 3 levels he gets 1% more likely to make a critical hit. But seeing critical hits from our hero like that, those are special. You give him about a 1 in 64 chance of seeing a critical hit from a normal character. If you have to face 4 lethal armors, you may want to consider using the Orochi sword. It only has a 30% chance of success, but these guys have very high defense, and since there's 4 of them, we're likely to hit at least one of them with a sword, which could be worth it. So we'll just keep attacking and we should be able to pick these off one by one. With only 2 of them left, they're not that threatening, but one of them did just resolve a defense spell against us, so any attacks that they do are going to deal extra damage, so we do need to be a little bit careful here. Right now our HPs are still pretty high, so I think our chance of success is good, although the hero's getting a little bit low at 65. So attack, 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 and that'll do it for the 4 lethal armors, and 558 experience points is not bad for that. Make sure that we heal everyone after that battle. Up here on this floor, there's a whole bunch of ropes for us to cross, and there's a few treasure chests for us to find, but none of them are very good. So we're going to collect a few of them, and while we're at it, we've been attacked by a Barnabas and 2 Eliminators. So remember, the Barnabas could potentially cast Heal More magic. You don't want to be dealing with that, so take him out first. And that Eliminator just wasted his turn casting Stop Spell. Joke's on you, Eliminator. We weren't planning on casting any magic this battle anyways. After a couple more attacks, we should win this battle, and then we can get back to searching this floor for treasure, but I have some bad news about that. There's 3 chests on this floor, and this one only contains clothes, which are practically worthless, and the other 2 are mimics, so you don't want to even open those at all. I'm just going to throw those clothes away. And what we really want to do here is go right up to the middle and jump off. That'll bring you down to this floor where we can find some actual good items, 2 Acorns of Life, 552 gold pieces, and the Echoing Flute. Once you've collected all of the loot, that's the last thing that we needed to get here in the Tower of Arp, so we can just cast our outside spell and get out of here. And outside of the Tower of Arp, we're going to cast Return and head back to our hometown of Aliahan. We have some stuff we might want to drop off at the vault, so we'll stop up there. Make a quick left. Definitely don't want to be carrying the Thief's Key anymore. We do not need that now that we have the final key. And if there's anything else that you don't need, you can leave it. We haven't saved the game in a while, so now might be a good time to do that. And after you save the game, you can also use those Acorns of Life that we just found, so feel free to eat those. And then we'll spend the night over at Ray's mom's house before we move on to our next adventure. By far the easiest of the 6 orbs to get is the red orb that you can find in the House of Pirates, so that's where we're going to head next. It's actually fairly close to Aliahan, so we're just going to exit the city limits, hop into our boat, and we want to start sailing to the east. While we're close to the land here, we'll still be fighting the basic ocean enemies, like these 3 Murzons. 3 Murzon should be very easy for us to defeat now, so we'll just do a bunch of attacks. We don't have to do anything special against these guys, and they should go down pretty quickly. Now, if we continue to the east, we're going to hit a more difficult set of enemies. If you want to avoid that set of enemies, you can try going 1 block north first, and then you'll stay with the basic ones. So we're still here with the basic ocean enemies, the Murzons, the Man-O-Wars. Easy to take these out, but whenever we get out into the open sea, you'll notice that the enemies are going to get a bit tougher. We've faced monsters from this set before, like when we fought those tentacles earlier, but we haven't faced Murzoncions yet. These guys are much more dangerous than the Murzons we fought just a moment ago. Murzoncions attack sometimes, but they also occasionally cast Heal More, which is annoying, and even worse, sometimes they'll cast Ice Bolt, and Ice Bolt can hit pretty hard. These guys are nothing that our level 20 plus party can't handle, but it is more than we're used to from the ocean. Over here we'll find the tip of the South American continent, and you want to go around it and enter this small village. This is the House of Pirates. This man in front of the House of Pirates tells us to steer clear because pirates live up ahead, but when we use our echoing flute and hear that echo, we know that we have to press on. To be clear, you do not need the echoing flute to find any of the orbs in this game. I just wanted to demonstrate how it works before we drop it off at the vault and never look at it again. As we explore this building, one thing starts to become clear. That guy out front totally lied to us. There's no pirates here. If we head down into the basement, we can unlock this jail. And this guy should probably be more thankful that we let him go, but all he says is, "The pirates come back here at night." So you know what we need to do. If we light the lamp of darkness, day will become night, and suddenly this place will become a lot livelier. Well, that guy is still standing there out front. Does he have nothing better to do than to warn people about pirates? Maybe that's his job. Maybe he's there to try to keep us from coming into the pirates' hideout. Well, it didn't work. We're in there now. And inside at night, yeah, there's definitely pirates here, but you don't have to worry about fighting them. They're actually friendly. And this guy tells us that there was an orb among the spoils of one of their thefts, but he doesn't remember what he did with it. In addition to hearing about the orb, several of the sailors will tell us about the phantom ship. And when we talk to this sleeping pirate, he gives us a great clue. He tells us that they came across the phantom ship because they used the sailor's thigh bone, and then he says that they gave it away to a wizard in Greenlad. Why would they give away their sailor's thigh bone? Maybe they thought it was cursed. Maybe the guy in Greenlad is an ex-pirate. I don't know, but whenever we talk to this guy, he says that Liamland is a real nice place. Thanks, man. That's my hometown. If we head over here to the left, we can speak to the leader, and it's a woman. Now, historically, there were women who were pirate bosses, so I suppose the writers were drawing upon that as inspiration. But whenever you talk to her, she asks if you think it's strange that a woman is the boss. And when you say no, she doesn't like that answer. And it seems like a strange reaction considering that our hero is also a woman. Well, if you say yes, she tells us about the island of Luzami, and that's an optional place that we can visit, but we will go check that out. Now that we've talked to all the pirates, where is the orb? Well, no one comes right out and tells you where it is, but if you head over here to the back of the House of Pirates, you'll see this conspicuous rock, and when you push it and search the area where the rock was, you'll find a hidden stairway. At the bottom of the stairs are 3 chests. In the first one, you'll find a strength seed. In this one, you'll find a wing of the wyvern, and in the middle chest, that's where we'll find the red orb. Once you have the red orb, you can technically just cast return to get out of here, but the pirate queen mentioned a place called Luzami, and that's actually nearby. So we're going to jump into our ship and start sailing south. It's not actually a straight shot south. When you get to the tip of the continent, you want to head left until you can't see South America anymore, and then start heading south again. Well, it became night, and it looks like we're facing the tentacles again. We were able to defeat these guys when we were a bit weaker, so we should have no problem defeating them now. The real danger with these monsters is that sometimes, not every time, but sometimes, they get to attack twice per round instead of just once. I mean, they have 8 arms. We're lucky they don't get to attack 8 times. When these guys attack twice, they could attack the same character or they could attack different characters, and wow, we just took 2 attacks in a row on our pilgrim at the back of the formation. And because he's at the back of the formation, he typically only gets 1% of the attacks, but he doesn't get the benefit of parrying and then canceling it each round. so there's no extra damage reduction like our other 3 characters get. That's why we should probably cast a heal spell on him, just in case he takes one more attack. I'd hate to have to use up the Leaf of the World tree right now, would have to go all the way back there to get another one. But we were able to defeat the tentacles, and we'll just continue to sail south. This is the island we were looking for, and up another battle before we got in there. A king squid and a marine slime. Compared to the tentacles we were just fighting, these guys are nothing. The king squid is not even close to as powerful as the tentacles. And that's pretty obvious when you see that the king squid only dealt 8 damage when it attacks. So big difference from the much more powerful tentacles. And here it is, the village of Luzami. This village is completely optional and there isn't really anything good to find here, but it is an interesting place to visit. On this tiny island, we can meet up with Galileo, who's up here in this observatory looking through a telescope. He tells us that the world is round, and I hate to break it to him, I'm not sure that it is. It seems round when you're going east to west, but when you go to the North Pole and suddenly it wraps around to the South Pole, I'm not sure how that makes sense. Up here we'll meet an old man who says he's a prophet, and he's actually a pretty good one. He says that to get to the castle of the Archfiend, we'll have to heave the Sword of Gaia into a volcano, and that's definitely something we'll need to do. If you search in front of this tombstone, you'll find an intelligence seed. So either someone was trying to plant an intelligence tree, or some other adventurer figured out that you should not be eating intelligence seeds and discarded it there. The last guy in town tells us that someone named Simon was the last person to possess that Sword of Gaia, so we'll have to look him up eventually, but for now, we're just going to warp back to Liamland. We'll stop over at the vault and we'll drop off the green orb or any other items that we don't need right now. We should probably save the game, so we'll stop up here at the king and do that, and then we'll head back to Ray's mom's house to stay the night and restore our HP and MP. Our next mission takes place in the village of Lancel, but before we go there, we're going to pop into Newtown so that we can see how the town is developing and visit our friend Mr. Biz. This is of course optional, you can just come back here later when you have most of the orbs so that you can get the yellow one. But hey, look, there's a store now, and it sells 2 things. Okay, I mean, I guess that's something, but there's still only 2 people that live here. This old man has a very if you build it they will come attitude, and I hope that pays off, but I think they're going to need more than just a store that sells 2 items if they want people to come live here. Alright, now that we've checked on them, let's head over to Lancel. The last time we were here in Lancel, we didn't have the final key, so we were unable to get into the big shrine in the back of town. Well, that shrine is actually the gateway that leads to the navel of the earth, and Ray may be a Jedi, but we're going to have to do this dungeon Han Solo style. That's right, you're only going to be allowed to have 1 character go in there at a time, and I recommend that you use the hero, but I think the sage is also a fair possibility. It should probably be somebody that has the outside spell, so that you can get out of there once you have the orb. Before heading into the shrine, there's a locked chamber on either side that we haven't been into yet, so let's see what's going on in this one on the right. When we talk to this guy, he tells us that the yellow orb has passed from hand to hand and circled the globe, and he also wants us to know that the echoing flute will come in handy. Yeah, thanks for that useless information. But when we go in through this door on the left side, maybe we'll find something more interesting. Well, yep, so much for that wish. Let's just go into the shrine. Whoever's going into the dungeon needs to be at the front of your formation, and make sure that that character has all of the best armor and weapons that your party has available, as well as the final key and the Staff of Thunder. You should also have 2 empty item slots so that you can pick up the blue orb and a nice new set of armor that you'll find inside. As we head down this hallway, we leave the comfort of our party behind, but this is just something that we have to do alone. Don't be too concerned though. The enemies inside the navel of the earth are not nearly as mean as the ones we've been fighting lately, so although we're by ourselves, we should be able to handle them. The key to victory in this dungeon is definitely the Staff of Thunder. Because we're only one character, it's nice to be able to hit multiple enemies in one round of combat, but to be able to use magic over and over again, that would just deplete our magic points too quickly, and we need to save those for healing magic. So by having something like the Staff of Thunder, we can just use that at the beginning of most battles to thin out enemy groups and make it feel like we have more characters in our party. Use your key to open up this door, but don't go left or right here. That's a hallway that just keeps going on forever. Alright, we have a tongue bear and 3 rogue knights. We have definitely faced rogue knights before, and that was a long time ago, back when we were like level 5. So these guys should be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, they are slightly resistant to fire magic, so 30% of your Staff of Thunder attacks are going to miss against these guys. But if you connect with it twice, that will take out a single rogue knight, so it is pretty good against them. With those enemies out of the way, we're going to continue heading downwards, and then we're going to veer over to the left so that we can collect a treasure chest that contains 248 gold pieces. Here we have 5 enemies in 4 different groups. If you see anything that looks pretty bad like that, just run away. You have a good chance of escaping. And there's our 248 gold pieces. As we head down here, over on the left, that chest is a mimic, and so is the one in the upper right corner, so you want to avoid both of those. You definitely don't want to fight a mimic alone. You can also skip this chest that just contains an intelligence seed. If you insist on picking it up, you should just throw it away. Remember, intelligence seeds are bad, you should not eat them. Then we'll just make our way down here, and we hit another battle on the screen transition. Screen transitions are one of the highest encounter rate areas in the entire game, so make sure you're prepared to fight something whenever you're transitioning between areas in a dungeon. And we're going to use some healing magic to fix us up after that battle, and then we're going to make our way to the right. Just follow this long hallway around, and eventually you'll find a stairway. That stairway leads us to this wide open room, and when you get in here, you want to just start zigzagging up and to the right, and eventually you'll come across Stairway B. Stairway B is optional, but it takes us to this chamber, and if we head down and to the right, we're going to find a treasure chest, and inside is the Armor of Terra Firma, which is a pretty nice new armor for our hero, or a soldier if you had one. The Armor of Terra Firma gives you plus 50 defense, which is pretty good, but it's otherwise unremarkable. Something that's strange about it though, is you can't just throw it away. The game acts like it's some kind of important item, which makes you wonder if the developers had some other intentions for this armor that they cut or removed at some point. Make sure to use healing magic to keep your health high, and don't forget to equip the Armor of Terra Firma after you find it. Once you do, we're going to head back the way that we came, and we'll go back through Stairway B, and then we're just going to head straight up, and we'll find Stairway C. 4 hunter flies appear, and you won't be surprised to see what we do against these guys. That's right, we're going to use the Staff of Thunder, and if it connects, it will probably kill a hunter fly, and we managed to take out 3 of them that round. So we just attack to remove the last one, and we'll continue on towards Stairway C, but this time we were attacked by a variety of enemies. Out of these 3 monsters, the Demonite was by far the most dangerous one. Demonites can cast the Defeat spell or Sacrifice, and either one of those can wipe you out in a single shot. So if you see Demonites, you definitely want to kill them first, and if you see too many of them, you may want to consider running. We'll cast some healing magic and continue towards Stairway C. There is another stairway in this room, Stairway Z, but that one leads to a dead end, so stay away from it. And it looks like our hero has risen to level 23, which is no surprise considering that she's getting all the experience points from these battles and not dividing it amongst 4 characters. She also learned a new spell, and it looks like this time it's the spell of Firebane. Firebane just happens to be the spell that we've been casting for free using the Staff of Thunder, so as long as Ray is holding on to that item, we won't be spending 6 magic points to cast it the normal way. Up here, there are several faces carved into the wall. Most of them just tell you to turn back, but not all of them. So just make your way around the bend, and there are also different enemies to fight on this floor, and they're a little bit more vicious than the ones we fought previously. Out of these 3, the witch is the one that you should take out first, but the worst thing she can do is cast Heal More, so she's nowhere near as dangerous as a Demonite, and that vampire cat saw the writing on the wall and decided to get out of here. Probably a good idea, vampire cat. And so the last enemy we actually killed was the Simiac, and that's why we found a Wing of the Wyvern, but we don't have item space for that, so we'll throw it away. And this time we encountered 4 Infernus Knights, and we don't really want to mess around with these guys, so we'll try to run away. We took a bunch of damage the first time we ran there, but the second time worked out, so we'll just heal up and keep making our way to the right. We don't have much farther to go here. We are very close to the blue orb. Make sure you save at least 8 magic points so that you can cast outside after you get the orb. Don't heal so many times that you get stuck in here. The chest on the left contains a medical herb, and you may just want to eat that as soon as you get it. We don't have item space for it anyway. And of course, over here is the chest we've been searching for. That one contains the blue orb. Once you have it, you can cast outside. So that's 4 orbs down, only 2 left to go. As we return to Lancel, we can walk down the hallway where the rest of the party awaits. Mance was worried. Sorry, Mance. But we got the blue orb, and that's what matters. The shrine attendant asks Ray if she was courageous, but of course. There were stone faces carved into the walls, and they were saying, "Turn back, turn back." And I was like, shut up, stone face. We're pressing on, and we're getting this blue orb. Before you leave town, we'll give back the magic armor that we borrowed from the sage, and we're going to leave the armor of terra firma on our hero, but that means we have an extra set of full plate armor that we don't need anymore, so we can sell that off here at the tool shop, and 1,800 pieces of gold seems like a pretty good deal for it. This is an Oseram, we can't barter here. We'll just give that magic armor back to UCBVG, thank you for letting me borrow it, and then we'll make sure that everything is properly equipped, and we can cast our return magic to head back to Aliahan, and whenever we get back to town, you know what we're going to do. We're going to head straight to the vault and drop off any items that we don't need right now, like that orb that we just found, for instance. And when we're done at the vault, we're going to head back to Ray's mom's house. Don't forget to change back the formation order of your party. You want to have the fighter in that front slot, because it's important that the person in the front slot is a non-magic user so that you're able to parry and then cancel the parry to get the benefits from that. And we're going to return to Romilly very quickly, and while we're here, I'm going to pick up a bronze shield. This is actually a decent shield for our sage to use, and is something that we maybe could have picked up earlier. So we'll grab it now while we're here, but the real reason why we stopped here at Romilly is because it's close to our next destination. We know that there's an orb that we're going to be able to find in Newtown, but the 6th and final orb, well, that one takes a lot more doing. We have to go through an entire daisy chain of quests that involves doing 2 dungeons and fighting a boss to be able to get the last orb. And it all starts over in the middle of the continent that looks like South America. We sailed over there earlier to visit the House of Pirates, but to get into the main part of the continent, the only way to get there is to take a travel door, and there are several travel doors that'll get you there, but I think the most convenient one is this one over near Romilly. You remember this door that we couldn't open before? Well, now we have the final key so we can open it up, and it leads us to this travel door. This travel door takes us to another shrine, and this one is located over on the North American continent, but this shrine is kind of like a travel hub. I'll step outside so you can see exactly where it is. It's up here on this icy island, but there are 3 travel doors here, so theoretically there's 3 different places that you could go from this shrine, and the way that we want to go is over here on the right. And that's going to lead us to this shrine, and this is the one we were looking for. You need to use the final key to open this up, and it looks like there's a house of healing here, but when you talk to this guy, he just has a message about the King of Somanao, and that's where we are right now, and he also says something about the hero Simon going through this travel door. The way that we need to go is to just exit this shrine, but we heard about Simon being banished through this travel door, so before we move on, we'll go through it and see where it actually leads. When you get to the other side, right away you'll see there's another travel door that you can access from here, but before we go into that, we'll see what's happening in this shrine. First of all, there's an inn here. We don't really need to use the inn right now, but if you do, feel free to stay here, and then there's another door that we can open with the final key. In this room, we can talk to a man that has a very useful clue about this place, which is known as the Promontory of Olivia. It seems that a woman named Olivia hurled herself to her death here, and now she haunts this passageway. The only way that you can calm her spirit is to bring something from her beloved Errol. So we'll definitely have to find one of Errol's items if we're going to be able to go through there. If we head outside, you can see that's the strait where we can't go through without appeasing Olivia's spirit, and we will need to pass through there later to be able to find the Sword of Gaia. And we did hear that that Simon guy had the Sword of Gaia, so it does kind of make sense that it would end up over there. If we go through the other travel door, we'll see that it takes us back here. So if you were wondering where the 3rd door in this shrine led to, well, that's where. And so we'll go back through the travel door on the right side, and that's going to bring us back to South America, back near the Kingdom of Somanao. So we'll use our final key to get through, and this time we're going to exit the shrine and make our way to the castle. After you exit the shrine, you want to start heading north, and eventually you'll see a bridge that you want to cross. The enemies in this area are new and different from ones that we've fought so far. These Tortragons have very high defense, and they can do a sleep breath attack that can put multiple members of your party to sleep. Using the Orochi sword as an item against these guys has a 70% chance to fail, which sounds pretty bad, but your sage probably isn't going to be doing very much damage with an attack anyway, and using the sword as an item is totally free, so it's actually worth a try. Luckily, these guys don't have a lot of hit points, so if you keep chipping away at them, they will go down sooner or later. One thing that you should know about Tortragons and other enemies that look like them is that they count as dragons, and so there's a dragon killer's sword that you can buy in the next town, and it would do additional damage to them. Here's some more new enemy types. Out of these three, the Old Hag is definitely the most dangerous. She can cast Heal More, Firebane, and worst of all, Limbo, so definitely make sure to handle her. The Grizzly will only attack but does occasionally get critical hits, so you'll want to take care of him too, especially considering that the Tortragon has such high defense that it's probably easier to just get rid of the Grizzly. We know that we're going to be able to finish off the Grizzly this round, so we'll have our Sage try to use the Orochi sword against the Tortragon to lower its defense, even though it has a 70% chance of failure. The Sage wasn't going to be able to deal a lot of damage in combat anyways, and if you can connect with that defense spell, it'll make it a lot easier to finish off this enemy. Or if you can get a critical hit, critical hits ignore defense, so that's another great way to deal with enemies that have high defense, but it's not one that you can really count on. Once you're across the bridge, just keep following the grassy area and that will lead you to the castle. But first we were attacked again, this time by a pair of Infernus Knights and a pair of Witch Doctors. The Witch Doctors can cast healing magic and they also can summon Horks, so we want to get rid of them first, but we are going to have our Sage use the Orochi sword against the Infernus Knights to soften them up, and unlike the Tortragons that we were using it against a moment ago, it has a 70% chance to succeed against Infernus Knights, instead of a 70% chance to fail. With a critical hit from our fighter, the last Witch Doctor goes down, and now there's only Infernus Knights left. Infernus Knights only attack, but they do get critical hits an abnormally high amount of the time, so you do have to watch out for that. With those enemies out of the way, we can continue following the path. Remember to try to stay in the grass because it has a lower encounter rate than the forest. And this is the castle town of Somanao. Somanao is a big town, but where is everyone? There's no greeter out front, no one working at the House of Healing. This guy tells us that the shopkeepers are all attending the funeral. Whose funeral? Maybe this old man knows more about it. Nope, he just wants to tell us that the king goes to bed at night on the second floor. Nothing creepy about knowing that. If we head up here and follow this path, this is the funeral they were talking about. Won't Papa ever come home again? Oof. No, kid, I don't think so. I'm not the one to talk to about that, though. You may need to see a therapist. This guy tells us that it was a man named Barano that died, but what happened to him? Well, if we talk to this merchant over on the right side, he says that Barano was put to death for bad-mouthing the king. Yeah, there's something bad going on here in Somanao. If we head down this stairway, it takes us to that same monster fighting arena that we've seen in 2 other towns. An exact copy of it. And whenever you go out of that strange place, you'll notice that everything's back to normal and the funeral is over. It seems that many people are executed every day, so that's just kind of a normal thing around here. The stores have opened back up, and over here on the right side there's an item shop, but even more importantly, there's a very good weapons and armor shop in the lower right corner. That's where we can buy the silver shield, and it may cost 8,800 gold pieces, which is quite a bit, but it's the best shield in the entire game that a pilgrim or a sage can use, and it would be a pretty good upgrade for our hero right now as well. we're going to want to have at least 2 of those before the game is over, so if you can afford it, you should buy at least 1 right now. If you go up these stairs and talk to the merchant, he'll tell you that we've come the wrong way. So we need to go down here, go up these stairs, and talk to him from across the counter. In addition to the silver shield, you'll notice that they sell the Dragon Killer, but that sword costs an arm and a leg, and we'll be able to just find better weapons in the game later, so unless you have a ton of money available to you, I would buy the silver shields first, and then worry about picking up a Dragon Killer. It would be nice to have though. The Dragon Killer is not only a very powerful weapon, but it deals additional damage to dragons, and that includes those Tortragons that we fought earlier. If we head up here, we can go inside this house, and that's where we'll find the same kid that we talked to at the funeral, and he's still saying the same thing. Yeah, that kid is messed up. It's not good. If we head up here, this woman is terribly sad about what happened to her husband, and if we go inside this little room, we'll find a stairway, and up here, this is quite a peculiar man. He thinks that something called the Staff of Change has corrupted their king, and then he asks for your opinion. Whether you say yes or no, he says, "I thought you'd say that." Yeah, you got me there, guy. I suppose there's no way for us to prove that you didn't think I'd say that. Over here, we'll finally find the local greeter, so it's nice to see that he's out and about again. But seeing this town in the daytime is only half the story. Now we're going to use the Lamp of Darkness, so we can check this place out at night. There's not that many people active in town at night, but if we head over to the home of the man who was recently executed, we can see that his wife is not sleeping very well. Well, she's not sleeping at all. She's just sitting up crying. And the kid? Oh, he's having some kind of dream about his father. Can somebody get that kid some help? If we head down here over to where the weapons and armor shop was, we can visit the merchant at night. He seems to be talking to the know-it-all guy, who tells us more about the Staff of Change, and when we talk to the merchant, he says that the store is closed and we should come back tomorrow. The old man that told us about the king's sleeping habits seems to be up all night, but he doesn't have anything different to say to us at this hour, so we're going to head over here to the inn. We'll spend the night, restore our HP and MP after those battles that we faced on the way over here, and then during the daytime, we'll make our way to the castle itself. So we're just going to follow the yellow brick road, follow it around, and as we follow the path over here to the left, there is one more guy in town that we haven't talked to, this guy down here, who apparently is the son of Simon. We've heard of that guy. Well, now that we've heard from him, we're going to head into the castle itself, and we better be careful in here, because people have been getting executed lately, and I'm not trying to have my head on a spike. No matter what you say to the guards at the front door, they won't let you in. You can even try using that water blaster that we got from Popata. The guard says, "Yikes, that's cold," but he still doesn't let you through. If you want to get into the castle, you have to sneak along the right side, where you'll find the service entrance, and the security, well, the security is not as tight over here. You can tell this guy no and still walk in. So yeah, buddy, we have business back here. We came to do the king's taxes. We have a key, so we're just gonna walk right in, don't mind us. And this is the castle kitchen. Everybody is very intense in here. Apparently, if dinner is late, they could be executed. Oof, talk about a tough job. As we head down this way, we can get deeper into the castle. We're not going to talk to the king just yet. Instead, we're going to head around the outside edge and see if we can find out more about what's going on. We can use the final key to open up this door, and whenever we talk to this guy, he wonders if the king has sold his soul to the Archfiend. Well, that's pretty extreme. And if we head down this stairway, we'll find the local prison. Well, we'll be getting an up-close and personal view of that place pretty soon, but for now we'll head back out, and over here we'll meet the castle princess. She seems to think that the king might be a different person than before. Maybe she has something there. After talking to the princess and hearing what that guy in town had to say about the Staff of Change, it doesn't seem like a big jump to think that the king might be some kind of imposter. Over here we can talk to this woman who says the king is a swell guy, but she really can't say anything else or she might get executed. We can talk to this guard who wants to know who we are, but as soon as you step in front of the king, he says that he thinks that we're scoundrels, and then we are cast into prison. So it looks like we're getting locked up, but maybe we got off easy. The last guy got executed just for bad-mouthing the king, and if he thinks we're scoundrels and we're just getting sent to jail, I mean, that seems like a pretty good deal. After the guard throws us into our cell, he tells us to keep quiet, but you have to wonder if this is his first day on the job. You're unable to cast magic spells here, so trying to cast Return to get out of here won't work. However, they locked us in the cell with all of our equipment, including our key that opens up prison doors. Nice job, genius. There's a good chance that the other people in this prison were also unjustly accused, so we're going to let everyone out. This wandering poet tells us that the great hero Simon rotted away in a jail in a shrine in a lake northeast of Romilly. So that's an important clue. This woman wants us to know that monsters have begun to haunt people, and she may have been locked up for being a dangerous crazy, but we'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Over here we'll find a guy that has the most important clue down here in the prison. He says that an item called the Mirror of Ra can show the true image of those reflected in it, and we can find that mirror in a cave nearby. We'll try to release this skeleton, but it seems like it might be a bit too late for him. Instead, we'll head down here to the lower right corner and open up this door that leads to a long hallway. As we follow the hallway, there's a stairway at the end, and down here in the basement of the jail, we find the real king. The real king confirms what we already suspected. Somebody stole the Staff of Change and has used it to impersonate the king. We need to do something about this. And to do that, we'll need to get out of here. How do we escape from jail, you may ask? Well, if you enter the cell opposite the real king and press up against the left wall, you'll find a hidden passage that leads out of the prison. So just follow this hallway around, and eventually you'll come to a stairway, and that stairway will take us back to town, and we'll emerge in the middle of the graveyard. Creepy. To be able to reveal the king's true form, we need to find that Mirror of Ra item, and to get that, we have to go to the cave south of Somanao. So that's where we're headed next. And here's some new enemies that we haven't fought before. 3 Kongs. Kongs mostly just attack, but sometimes they'll summon an Elysium bird, which is a very annoying support type monster that can cast some high level healing magic. So if you see an Elysium bird pop up, that would become the priority target here, but for the most part we should be able to easily finish off these Kongs in 2 to 3 rounds. To reach the cave, we need to cross these orange hills to the right, and you may recall that the orange hills have a very high encounter rate, so you want to try to cross them at their thinnest point. And it looks like we encountered the 3 Kongs again, so just fight them like we did before, and this time our pilgrim has leveled up to level 23. Looks like we got some agility, 8 points of HP, and 9 magic points. Not bad. Let's take a look at Kylo's status. 112 attack power, pretty respectable for a healer, and lots of spells that we can use. So he's getting to be a pretty powerful character, and you can see where the cave is that we're trying to reach now, although we hit some Kongs again, so we're only fighting 2 this time. It should be easier than the 3 we fought previously. So this time the Kong called in the Elysium Bird. So I had mentioned this before, that Elysium Bird can cast the Healless spell, so you want to get rid of that thing right away. You'd rather not have it healing the other enemies. The Elysium Bird is not that difficult to beat, and there's that Healless. It also gets 2 turns sometimes, and it looks like it used its second turn to run away, so thanks for that, Elysium Bird. And we're just going to continue heading towards the cave, and this time, along with the Kong, we have a blue beak, and the blue beaks are the enemies that could drop the Book of Satori so that you can get a second Sage, but I have personally never seen one drop it. The odds are 1 in 2048, so I don't recommend trying to get a second Book of Satori. If you really want a second Sage, just try to raise a goof off to level 20. Kongs are clearly the most common enemy in this area, so if you know how to beat them, you should be in good shape. And it looks like this time it's our fighter that is leveled up. He reached level 22, and he gained 5 points of strength and 7 hit points, so that's pretty good. And we finally got inside the cave. There's no treasure on this first floor, so we just want to head to the stairway. And here's our first battle of the dungeon. 2 Terror Shadows, as well as 2 Tortragons. So we fought the Tortragons before, but the Terror Shadows are new. The Tortragons are just annoying with their high defense, but the Terror Shadows pose a real threat. They can cast the spell of Snow Blast, which can deal 42 to 57 damage to each member of your party, although that's the amount of damage before it's adjusted for the parry trick, so that would reduce it by 50%, and 2 of our characters have magic armor, so that would reduce the damage further. All that said, Snow Blast can still deal a lot of damage to our party members, so you definitely want to get rid of the Terror Shadows first when you see this combination. The Tortragons can use Sleep Breath, and it looks like 3 out of our 4 party members have fallen asleep, so that's pretty obnoxious. But the good news is the Tortragons don't hit that hard, so it's only a matter of time before some of our party members wake up, and we're able to start dealing damage again. We do have access to the Awake spell, but I don't think I've ever actually cast that one. Sleep just sort of wears off on its own after a round or 2, so I've never found it to be very necessary. There certainly could be a corner case where you really would need to wake somebody up, but that situation is extremely uncommon. And it looks like our Sage is leveled up to level 18. We gained 2 points of intelligence, so we're going to get some MP, and we learned 1, 2, 3 new spells. So let's take a look at her status and see what we learned. On the wizard side, we got Blazemore, which can deal 70 to 89 damage to a single target for 6 MP. And on the pilgrim side, we got Defense and the Awake spell we were just talking about. So, of the 3 spells we learned, Defense is probably the best one, followed by Blazemore. So we're just going to work our way over here to the left and then follow this path up towards the middle of the map. And this time we've encountered 2 Voodoo Shaman. Voodoo Shaman can do a lot of different things. They can raise enemies that have been killed back from the dead. These guys can summon a Hork, but the most obnoxious thing that they do is steal our magic points by casting the Rob magic spell, and unfortunately, that is something that they do very frequently. You'll definitely want to get rid of any Voodoo Shaman that you see quite quickly, and unfortunately, they are a very common enemy in this area. And you can see this time one of them summoned a Hork, So you want to get rid of the Voodoo Shaman first and then get rid of the Hork. Sometimes Horks don't even attack, they just assess the situation, which is essentially just a wasted turn. And we're going to head down here. This is the only stairway on this floor other than the entrance, and that takes us to the treasure room. But before we can pick up our first chest, we've been attacked by 2 lethal armors and 4 curers. Now, we fought the healers earlier, and the curers are just an enhanced version of those guys, so you know that you'll want to take those out first, otherwise they're just going to keep healing the other enemies. So we'll prioritize getting rid of the curers, and then we'll finish off the remaining lethal armors. We've fought lethal armors before back in the Tower of Arp, so they shouldn't be too difficult to defeat here. We're a good bit more powerful now. It is a little bit concerning when they cast the defense spell against us, because now they can deal us more damage, but we should be able to finish them off in this round of combat. So a few more attacks should do it. And that's the end of that battle. It looked a little bit dicey there for a moment, but we didn't actually take that much damage. The first chest that we opened contains 128 gold pieces, and we're just going to follow the trail of chests around like some kind of treasure-filled breadcrumbs. Most of the chests in this area contain gold pieces, but there is a strength seed and an acorns of life to find. We've been attacked by a voodoo shaman and a skeleton, and while we've seen the shaman before, we haven't seen the skeleton yet. Skeletons love casting the defense spell to reduce our armor, and they get 2 turns each round of combat. Unfortunately for the skeleton, we have 2 characters wielding zombie slashers, and those deal additional damage to undead enemies like a skeleton, so that guy didn't stand much of a chance. This next chest contains a Wing of the Wyvern, so that one's not very exciting. We may end up just discarding that later. And it looks like we're facing the curers and the lethal armors again. There's 5 curers this time, but the strategy is the same. You want to remove those curers first, and then focus on the lethal armors. Don't forget to heal up between battles. You never know when you might get ambushed by a dangerous set of monsters, and we have 3 capable healers on the team now, so there's no excuse for having low HP at the start of any battle. This is one of the best treasure chests in the set, containing 568 pieces of gold, and here's 2 Tortragons again. We've certainly seen these guys before. Watch out for the sleep breath, but otherwise these guys aren't too dangerous. Just fight, 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 and they should go down pretty easily. And if you want to, you can have your sage try the Orochi sword, and you might get lucky with that. Over here we find a whopping 24 pieces of gold. Yay. And this one contains the acorns of life, so that's not a bad find. This chest, unfortunately, is just a medical herb, and there's only one more here that we want to grab, but before we can get it, 2 voodoo shamans have attacked and they brought along one of their Hork friends, but we should be able to pretty easily win this battle and grab this final chest. There are 4 more chests in the next room, but they are all mimics, so you don't even want to go in there. A couple more voodoo shaman have attacked us, but we'll be able to take care of them quickly. And now that we've collected all of the chests in this area, we just want to head back the same way that we came. We didn't come to this dungeon to open a bunch of treasure chests filled with random amounts of gold. No, we're looking for an item called the Mirror of Ra, and to get it, we need to jump down a pit. It's marked with a star on the map, and it's this hole right here. When you drop through, you'll land right near a treasure chest, and when you open it up, well, look at that. It's the Mirror of Ra. We could just cast outside and get out of here at this point, but there are a few more things that we might want to find in this dungeon, including a very unique set of armor, which we can get right over here. The chest is right over here, but before we can get it, it looks like we've been attacked by 3 skeletons, or actually 2 skeletons and 1 separate skeleton. So we'll use that configuration to our advantage and have 3 of our characters attack the 2 and 1 character attack the single skeleton. And hopefully we'll be able to take out 2 of them in the first round, possibly even all 3. I'm not sure that our defense could actually get any lower at this point, but I don't think that skeleton is going to get a chance to attack us again. And with that victory, our hero has leveled up to level 24. So she got 2 points of strength, some vitality and intelligence, so we gained 8 hit points and 5 magic points. Pretty good. No new spells, but not bad stats. Up here we'll find that animal suit, and it's pretty bad armor since it only gives us +8 defense, but anybody wearing it will look like a cat, so it may be worth picking up just for the novelty. We've encountered the terror shadows again here, but this time they're paired with a skeleton. We want to prioritize the shadows here. Remember, they can cast that Snow Blast spell, which can deal significant damage to our party. The skeleton does get to attack 2 times each round, but that's not as bad as all 4 of our characters getting hit. So make sure you get rid of the terror shadow first, and the skeleton should be pretty easy to finish off later. Yeah, the defense spell had no effect on Mance because his defense is probably at 0 right now. It's fine, we gained a lot of experience points, and we're just going to head over to this stairway, which will take us back to the lower floor where we were finding all of those chests before, and there's a few more down here in the lower right corner. Based on what you already know about these 2 enemy types, you can probably guess that the Terror Shadow is the higher priority target here because of the Snow Blast spell. The Voodoo Shaman can do a lot of annoying stuff, but none of it really compares to Snow Blast. This time it's summoned a Hork, so that's probably one of the more obnoxious things it can do, although I think I'd rather have the Voodoo Shaman summon a bunch of Horks than to have it steal all of our magic points. And it cast Vivify, which brought back the Terror Shadow, but here's the bright side, we actually get experience points for killing that Terror Shadow twice. We also found a treasure chest that contains a Thorn Whip. Not a unique find, but at least one that's worth money. And up here we have a Tortragon and a Voodoo Shaman, so we will clear them quickly. We'll take care of the Voodoo Shaman first and then finish off the Tortragon. And you'll notice that we skipped one of the treasure chests down below. That's because that one was a mimic, but we definitely want to open this chest. This one contains the Stone of Life. The Stone of Life is a very handy item. When an enemy casts a beat or defeat spell, if a character has a Stone of Life in their inventory, if the beat or defeat spell would kill that character, the Stone of Life will be destroyed instead. I like to keep a Stone of Life on my Pilgrim, and here's the logic behind that. Eventually, the Pilgrim is going to get the Vivify spell, and the Vivify spell will be able to revive dead characters, so as long as we can keep the Pilgrim alive, he'll be able to revive anyone else. And although we don't have the Vivify spell just yet, there's a good chance that our Pilgrim will learn it with his next level up. There's only a couple more safe treasure chests to open in here, so we'll pick up this one, which contains 24 more pieces of gold, and this is the last one up here. So once you open this chest and grab this medical herb, or don't get it, it's not very important, we can cast the outside spell, and although Somanao is not very far away, we're going to cast Return to get back there anyways. Back within the city limits, our first order of business is to stay at the inn, and we also picked up a fair amount of junk in the last dungeon, so we should stop over at the item shop and sell off anything that we don't need. If you manage to raise enough money to buy a silver shield and you don't have at least 2 of them already, then you should also go over to the weapons and armor shop and pick up another one of those. I don't think that we're going to have quite enough for a second silver shield just yet, but we are getting pretty close. Once you're done here at the item store, we can't do anything else during the day, so we're going to use the Lamp of Darkness and change it over to nighttime. With the Mirror of Ra, we'll be able to reveal the king's true form, but we won't be able to get close enough to use it during the day, so we have to sneak in the service entrance during the night. There's not even a guard posted here at night. We shouldn't be too surprised. This security detail was probably designed by the same guy who thought it was a good idea to lock us in jail with all of our items. The 2 women that work in the kitchen look identical, but one of them is having nightmares about being scolded by the king, while the other one is dreaming happy thoughts. These 2 lead very different lives. While we're sneaking around the castle, we might as well equip our animal suit and check that out. And you can see that whoever's equipped with it turns into a cat, complete with a cat anus when you turn around. So yeah, they made sure to include that little detail. I'm not sure why, but I guess it was important to someone. A creepy old man in town earlier told us that the king sleeps alone on the 2nd floor, so we want to climb up these stairways, and then we're going to jump off the side over here on the left. And that will bring us up to the king's chamber. Before we face the king, make sure to take off the animal suit. We're going to want better armor because we're about to fight a boss. The king may have told us to come back tomorrow, but this is going down right now. Use the Mirror of Ra in front of the king, and we'll see the image of a sleeping monster reflected in the mirror. Now that we've seen the king's true form, he says that he won't let us get out alive, so it's time to fight the boss troll. This guy looks intimidating, but he's not actually that difficult. Have your sage cast increase in the first round, and have the pilgrim cast speed up. After that, we're just going to have our first 3 characters parry, cancel out those parries, and then have everyone attack, and we're just going to do that for the next few rounds, and this guy should go down pretty easily. This guy does regenerate about 100 health per round, but he doesn't do anything else special, and unlike the Orochi, he only attacks 1 time per round, and this round he actually missed Mance entirely, so it looks like wearing that Cloak of Evasion is definitely paying off. The only thing that we do have to worry about with this boss is it does get a high number of critical hits, but it will probably only get to attack you 4, maybe 5 times throughout this entire battle. So even if you get very unlucky and the boss gets 2 critical hits against you, you'll probably still be able to win the battle without anyone dying. And it looks like our sage has risen to level 19. Luck goes up 2 points, MP goes up 7, we learned a new spell, and the false king is no more. Thereupon the true king is rescued from prison, and so the day breaks. Let's take a look at UCBVG's stats and see what spell that we learned. It looks like this time it was the X-ray spell so that we can check treasure chests. Not one we really needed, especially for this chest, which contains a very important item, the Staff of Change. Once you have the staff, you can jump off the side of the castle, and now that the true king is back in power, the guards will no longer bar you from entering the castle. In fact, they'll welcome you to come in. This guard even apologizes to us for being rude. The king is very thankful that he's back on the throne, and he does his kingly duty by telling us how many more experience points we need to reach the next level, and then saving the game. Before we leave this town behind, we should talk to some of the people and see how putting the real king back in power has affected them, like this woman over here on the left, who apparently was the dancer that was locked up in jail. she's very thankful that she's free now. And over here, when we talk to this guy, he tells us that there sure are many things in this world. You don't say. The princess is very happy to have her real father back, but of course, she knew that the king was an imposter all along. If we head down here to the prison, the guard is very happy that we rescued everyone from the jail and isn't embarrassed at all that he locked us up with the key. Maybe he did it on purpose. Maybe deep down the guard knew that what was going on wasn't right, and that's why we were thrown in prison with the key in our pocket. He was hoping we would let everyone out. If we head over here to the weapons and armor shop, this guy is very thankful, and if we come down here and unlock this door, we can talk to this old man, and he says that the true king has returned, and I'm glad that I lived to see this day. Wow, that guy is very dramatic. As we head up here, there's a few more people that we can talk to. This woman tells us that peace has returned to the land, but the Archfiend is still out there, so let's not get too excited just yet. The executed man's wife is still pretty distraught, but at least she's found some closure. And when we head up here, this guy wants to know if he was right, and when you say yes, he says, "As I thought you'd say that." And well, you got me again, Nostradamus. So I guess that closes this chapter of the game. It's time to return to our hometown of Aliahan, and we'll do what we always do. We'll head over to the vault, we'll drop off any items we don't need, and then we'll spend the night over at Ray's mom's house to restore our HP and MP. You know, we've been staying here at Ray's mom's house after every adventure for the entire game, but we really haven't taken the time to talk to her. If you do, you can have a bit of a heart-to-heart with Mom. She'll ask if things are getting too tough. If you say no, she'll applaud your courage, saying that you're like your fine, brave father. If you say yes, then Mom decides to give us a little bit of tough love, saying that there comes a day when children must part with their parents. But in the end, she's still pretty encouraging. So it's nice to know that no matter what happens out there on the battlefield, Mom will always be there for us. The Staff of Change that we just got from the boss troll is a mandatory item, but it's also a lot of fun to use. It will transform your party into a random character sprite, including some monsters like a slime or a skeleton. It's a lot of fun to see how the townsfolk react when you've been transformed into a monster, so you should definitely give that a try. So we'll just keep cycling through and see what comes up with the Staff of Change. And this time, oh, we got some poets. You never know what's going to come out of this thing. There are a lot of different possibilities, and there's the slimes. And when you talk to someone as a slime, yeah, he's a little bit frightened. And you'll get a different reaction from different townsfolk. That woman thinks the slimes are cute. The transformations wear off pretty quickly, and we're going to have to trade this item away, unfortunately. But there is one practical use for the transformations. If we warp back to the city of Noan Isles, we can head over to that hidden village of the elves. You may recall from the last time we were there that there's an item shop in the hidden village, but it will only sell items to elves or dwarves. Well, if we have the Staff of Change, we can fool them, and then they'll open up the shop to us. So you'll see when we head over here and we talk to the shop owner, well, she says she won't sell anything to a human being. Well, let's see what happens if we use the Staff of Change. Now, it is important that you transform into the correct form. They won't be fooled if you turn into anything but an elf or a dwarf. It may take a while until you cycle through enough possibilities to actually get an elf or a dwarf, and this time we got the skeletons. The old man, he does not like the skeletons. And finally, okay, this form will work. So we can head back to the store. And why did we go through all this trouble? Well, this is the only store in the entire game that sells wizard rings, and they're only 2,500 gold pieces. The Wizard Ring is one of the only ways in the game that you can restore magic points out in the field, so that's a pretty handy item to have. Occasionally it will break after you use it, so you may want to take this opportunity to pick up a few of those, especially if you plan on using a lot of magic. If you're finished shopping at the hidden village of the elves, hop into your ship and start following this coastline to the west. Along the way, you may hit some enemies, but they should be pretty easy to defeat now. We've certainly seen Murzons and marine slimes before, and it looks like our pilgrim has leveled up to level 24. 5 points of agility, that's going to be pretty good. 3 intelligence, so we got 7 MP, and we learned a new spell. Well, that is very good, because the new spell that we learned is going to be Vivify. There it is. Vivify costs 10 magic points, and it will revive a dead character, but they'll come back to life with only half of their HP, and it has a 50% chance to fail. So that's a pretty desperate spell to be casting during combat. It's a lot better to try to cast Vivify when you're outside of battle, then if it fails you can just cast it again. It's annoying to have to spend all the magic points to cast it multiple times, but at least you can bring back one of your characters. If you need to revive a character while you're in a battle, you're probably better off using the Leaf of the World tree. That will work every time, and it will bring that character back to life with full health. You can only have one Leaf of the World tree, and sometimes the character that has it is the one that's dead, so you might have to try to cast Vivify during battle occasionally, but you'd rather not if you could avoid it. This large icy area with the grassy coastline is Greenlad, and you're looking for this small field in the middle of the ice. When you get there, just keep walking upward and eventually you'll come across a house. Inside the house you'll find an old man, and this guy is willing to trade the sailor's thigh bone for the Staff of Change. As much as we'd like to keep the Staff of Change, we have to trade it for the sailor's thigh bone, because without the sailor's thigh bone, the phantom ship will not spawn. So we have to make this trade. We can't beat the game without going to the phantom ship. This is all part of the daisy chain of quests that we need to do to get the final orb. So we got the Staff of Change, we traded for the sailor's thigh bone, which when you use it, it will tell you the coordinates of the phantom ship, but I'll tell you where it's going to be. It's going to be over near Portoga, so that's where we're going to head right now. The phantom ship does move, but it doesn't move a whole lot. If you want to know its exact coordinates, just use the bone again, and you'll see that right now it's 11 spaces south and 40 spaces east. So we're just going to start heading east, and eventually we should come across it, although we know we do need to go down a little bit more. So it looks like 8 spaces south, and then just keep heading east and we should run right into this thing. Of course we ran into 3 Murzons, but those guys should be no problem. So just keep making your way over here across the sea, and eventually you're going to see a ship, and whenever you see it, you just want to sail right up to it and you'll be able to board. So head over here, keep going, fight off any enemies that you encounter. The phantom ship is like a small dungeon. You can leave it at any time by using the return magic, so it's not exactly a dungeon, but there are enemies in here. Most of the enemies that we encounter here are pretty easy, like 3 Horks. We can certainly handle this. The most challenging enemies that we'll meet here on the phantom ship are the skeletons. You'll remember them from the previous dungeon. They can attack 2 times each round and often cast the defense spell. And of course our good friend the tentacles, the large sea squids that can hit us twice each round as well. And this time our fighter has leveled up to level 23, gaining 7 points of strength and 7 points of agility, as well as 10 HP. A very good level. And it looks like we hit another battle on the next step. This looks like something we could have seen out in the ocean, at least at nighttime. Out of these 4 monsters, the tentacles is the only one that you should be worried about. I'm not even sure that the other 3 can deal significant damage, so we should be pretty safe afterwards. That Krabbis hit Kylo for 10, and he's at the back of the line, so he takes a bit more damage than our other characters do. But still, 10 is really not that much in the grand scheme of things. They're not going to be able to kill us by only dealing that much damage. You can try using your Orochi sword against the Krabbis to reduce their defense. We know that those guys have a pretty decent defense score, and we should easily be able to win this battle this round. There are a lot of characters to talk to here on the Phantom ship. Most of them are monsters, but some of them are the enslaved spirits of sailors that were lost at sea. The captain is a creepy skeleton who tells us his boat is unsinkable in any storm, and that seems like a brag, but it's actually a clue. We're looking for an item that can get us through a windy area. And not everyone you talk to here on the Phantom ship is friendly. If you talk to this demon, you'll have to fight him. Of course, it was a big mistake for that demon to attack us, considering we were able to kill it in a single attack. But be ready to fight if you do talk to that guy. This guy down here doesn't seem to be a monster or a ghost, and when you talk to him, he says that he's an adventurer that's looking for treasure too, but he doesn't seem to be looking that hard. All the treasure is on the lower deck, my dude. And we've encountered a Merzonsion as well as 2 Krabbis here. So clearly the Merzonsion is your higher priority target, but none of these guys are that difficult. Don't forget you can use your Orochi sword to soften up those Krabbis enemies, and we're easily going to be able to win this battle on this round. All of our foes have been vanquished, and we found a treasure chest. Inside is the shell armor, which is a pretty mediocre piece of armor for this point in the game, but we can sell it for money. Down here there's more monsters and ghosts, many of them forced to row. This guy says rowing is a job only for slaves or criminals, so which one are you? This little fire doesn't want to die by drowning, but I have good news for him. If he fell into the water, he'd probably be instantly snuffed out. This man freely admits to murdering someone, and then he tells us that Errol is here. If you don't remember who Errol is, he was the lover of Olivia, the woman who hurled herself to her death when she found out that her lover's ship had sunk. It seems that his spirit has ended up here. Oof, I have bad news for you, Errol. Olivia, she did not take your death well. We have a few more ghosts and monsters to talk to here in this part of the ship, but the good stuff is all down at the rear, so if you don't feel like talking to the spirits that haunt the Phantom ship, you may just want to head down there and get the loot. There's a small room over to the left, but there's nothing inside that, so you can avoid it. Just take out any enemies that attack you, and keep making your way around. Up here, this fire tells us that there's a storm coming, and over here, this skeleton tells us that they're all slaves, but that contradicts the other skeleton who said some of them were criminals. This guy says things are hard work, and this guy, well, he's apparently dead. And that brings us back to where we started. If we enter this room over here on the right, that's where we're going to find 4 of the more generic treasure chests. So there's some money in there and a full moon herb. Also, one of them is a trap with a mimic inside, so you'll want to avoid that. But we'll use our final key to open up the door, and there are those 5 chests. We've certainly fought 3 tentacles before. Remember, these guys can attack 2 times per round, but we should be high enough level that they won't be a big threat at this point in the game. If something bad would happen to you here on the Phantom ship, remember that you can cast the return spell to get out of here at any time, so if one of your party members were to die, you can easily bail out of here and then just come back here after everyone's all fixed up. We also have the Vivify spell at this point in the game, so we may want to try that first. And there was 144 pieces of gold. Here's 136 pieces of gold. This one contains 128. And we haven't tried out the X-ray spell yet, so let's give that one a go. If you see a red light glowing within the treasure chest, that's bad. I'll show you what happens if you use it on a normal chest. you'll see a blue light glowing within. That means it's safe to open. And this one contains a full moon herb, so not very exciting, but it's definitely not a monster. The only chest that we actually need to collect is located down in this room, and remember, you're more likely to hit a monster encounter when the screen transitions. So we got 1 tentacles and 3 Krabbits that time, pretty easy one. And here it is, the Locket of Love. The locket belonged to Errol, and with it, we'll be able to finally calm the restless spirit of Olivia, so that's where we're going to head next. We'll return to the city of Noaniles, and while we're here, we can stay at the inn, and we can also sell off any items that we don't need anymore, like that full moon herb that we just picked up. We need to go to the Promontory of Olivia, which we've heard is in a lake north of Romilly, but to get there, we need to cut down a river that's in the area near where we found the Leaf of the World tree. So that's why we came here to Noaniles. This is the closest city to that river. When you're all ready to go, head out of the city limits and hop into your ship. We're just going to start following the coastline to the right. So follow it along, you'll see a couple icy peninsulas. You don't have to follow it super closely, just stay generally near the land and follow the curvature of the continent. The enemies here are pretty simple, especially for characters of our level. It looks like you might be able to get into the river near this icy area up here, but there's a few rocks blocking the mouth of the river, so just keep following the outside of the continent. And wow, 7 marine slimes. If you see this many enemies, don't forget we have the Staff of Thunder, which will take care of these pretty easily. It might not hit all of them, but any that it does will probably be killed. Just keep following this ice, and down here we're going to see the entrance to the river. This is it right here next to this small shrine, which is known as the Shrine of the Hobbit. This is a pretty funny shrine. If you talk to one of the cats, it will say meow, but then you have the option to say yes or no. If you say yes, suddenly it starts talking to you in plain English. If you say no, it just says meow. Very weird. And over here is another typical cat. I kinda wondered if the animal suit we found in the cave of Somanao would somehow be able to be used to talk to more animals. But I tried it in a lot of places, and I didn't find any animals that said anything different to me when I was wearing the animal suit than they would normally. If you know about any animals that say special things when you're wearing the animal suit, let me know in the comments. Just keep following this river, and eventually it will lead to a larger lake. Right now, we're fighting the normal ocean monsters, but when you get deeper into the lake, you will find a different monster set that's a bit more hostile. So we're still fighting normal monsters up here. Merzens and Krabbits should be very easy for us to defeat. And we want to sail down a little bit, and we're looking for a small strait. This is near that Promontory of Olivia, and this is why we needed the Locket of Love. Olivia's spirit haunts this area and will blow your ship backwards when you try to pass through. While that's happening, you need to go into your inventory and use the Locket of Love. When you do, the spirit of Errol and Olivia's devotion to each other radiates from the area. And it seems like their spirits have somehow been reunited. Does that mean that Errol is now free from the phantom ship? I certainly hope so. Down here is the Shrine of the Promontory of Olivia. We've been here before, but if you need to use an inn, now's a good time. That soldier that we talked to mentioned that he's heard of a shrine jail in this area, and that's exactly where we're headed. We'd heard a rumor that the hero Simon was locked up here in the shrine jail by the false king of Somanao, and now that we've deposed that guy, it's time to bust him out. Well, I certainly hope that isn't Simon, or it might be a little bit too late for him. No response. Looks dead. But there's 3 more cells in this place, so hopefully Simon's in one of the other ones. This one down here in the lower right also contains a corpse. So we'll use our final key to open up the door, and whenever we examine these bones, we get the same message we always do. No response. Looks dead. In this room, there's a small burning flame, but that's actually a spirit. Sadly, it's the spirit of Simon. He says that we should investigate the area near his corpse, and he means the area right over here. Whenever you search this space, you'll find the Sword of Gaia. The Sword of Gaia is an unimpressive weapon, but it's more than just a sword. This is a key that will open up the way to the next dungeon, so that's why we went through all of that trouble to get it. With the sword in our possession, the way to Necrogond can be opened, but before we go there, we still don't have the 5th orb yet, so it's time to visit Mr. Biz and see what's going on in Newtown. You remember the way to Newtown? You can't return to Newtown by just casting a spell. We have to go to Portoga and then just start sailing to the left. It's really not that far, and you know that the enemies are pretty easy out here in the open ocean. So just make your way along. Whenever you see the coastline on the other side, follow it upward, and we're just looking for these trees with the small field inside. That's good old Newtown. Well, would you look at that? When we last left Newtown, there were only 2 residents, Mr. Biz and the old man, but now it seems like several people have moved in and, hey, there's Mr. Biz. He's building a theater. Wow, it looks like it really happened. Up these stairs, we find the old man that was the lone survivor of the original settlement. He's very thankful that we brought Mr. Biz here, and it seems that his dream has been realized. This woman has no doubts that Newtown will become big, and really neither do we. We know that it's going to happen, and when we head up here, we can take a look at the good old item store, and now they have 4 different items for sale. Well, that's a little bit better. We should definitely check this town out at night, so we'll use our lamp of darkness, but whenever we do, it's as if we left the town and came back, because all of a sudden the place has evolved again. What kind of sorcery is this? You just blink your eyes and suddenly the city is larger? You can't build a trailer park that fast. And over here, here's that theater that Mr. Biz was building, 15 seconds ago? Yeah, it's totally built now. This dancer asks how we enjoyed the performance, and, I guess it's good. Might not be as good as the show we saw over in Isis, but it's not bad. We didn't really pay to get in here though, so I didn't have very high expectations. But when you head out, well, it seems that we need to pay the fee, and it was 50,000 pieces of gold? Well, luckily we can tell him we're just Mr. Biz's friends. Otherwise, I don't know what was going to happen to us. Could we be thrown in jail for that? If we head over here, well, there's the old man that started the town, and he wants to get in to talk to Mr. Biz, but Mr. Biz's bouncer won't let him in. What is going on? Down here it seems like there's some townspeople plotting, and it turns out this city didn't get built up this quickly by some kind of black magic. Nope, Mr. Biz just made everyone work double time until it was done. And the people, they are not happy about it. They're going to start a revolution. We better tell Mr. Biz about this. This could be pretty bad. If we head over here, we'll find the local inn, and we can talk to this guy who happens to be sleeping right now. Let's see what kind of dreams he's having. Just the basic Z's. And we've talked to everyone here in the night phase, so we'll stay here at the inn for 60 pieces of gold. Hopefully the revolution won't happen overnight because we could use some shut-eye, and we'll talk to Mr. Biz now that it's morning. This guy seems to know that the silver orb is in the shrine in the Necrogond, so we are going to have to go there next. We already have the Sword of Gaia, and this guy knows that the blue orb is in the shrine near the village of Lancel. We have that one already, but it sure seems like the people around here know a lot about orbs. I made fun of the shop in this town before, but I definitely won't anymore. Now they have an excellent shop that has items like the silver shield and the dragon mail that can reduce damage from breath attacks. Over here is our good friend, the old man from Soo. He says that Mr. Biz has made people work too hard and the townsfolk are rebelling. Yeah, you should not be able to build an entire city in like less than a minute. You have to at least give people breaks, Mr. Biz. And here he is, sitting on some kind of throne. I think all this power may have gone to your head. There are 2 chests here in Mr. Biz's office. The one on the left has gold pieces, and the one on the right contains a luck seed. We won't be able to find the yellow orb just yet. This town still needs to go through one more evolution. And yes, we know Mr. Biz has been working you too hard, but look at what you guys have done. It's really impressive. Over here is an item shop that specializes in consumable items, so if you need any of those, you can pick them up here. And we're definitely not spending 50,000 gold pieces on a ticket to the theater, so we'll stay out of there, thank you very much. And this woman says that it's now called Mr. Bizville? Oh no. Yeah, this guy definitely needs to be stopped. Whenever we head outside and come back in, the town has gone through its final evolution. And the guard at the front informs us that it's not Mr. Biz's town anymore. This kid over here can't believe that we were actually friends with Mr. Biz at one time, and I hate to tell this kid, we weren't just his friend, we made that guy. This soldier says that we should get out while the getting's good, but we're not actually in any danger. The stores are still selling the same items that they were selling in the previous incarnation of this town, and if we head over here to the theater, well, let's just say they're not charging 50,000 gold pieces to see this show. What was once highbrow theater is now a local talent show, but the people don't seem to mind. Hey, at least they can afford to watch this. And this woman tells us that it's a kid singing contest, and this kid doesn't seem to be very good, but it also doesn't look like he has any competition, so hey, he might actually win this thing. If we talk to this man, he has some great news. It seems that someone came to town selling a yellow orb, and that's exactly what we've been looking for. When we head down here, oh how the mighty have fallen. Mr. Biz is locked in a cell. He says that he did everything for the good of the town, but I really don't think they appreciated the labor conditions here. He also tells us that he did get the yellow orb, and it's hidden behind the throne in his house. We'll need to head up here to collect it. Over in Mr. Biz's former home, we see the old man one more time. He tells us what we already knew. A revolution occurred, and Mr. Biz was overthrown. Just as our former friend said, the yellow orb was hidden right behind the throne, so once we have it in our possession, we'll cast our return spell and leave Mr. Bizville behind. We'll stop back here at the vault and drop off the yellow orb. If you're keeping track, that's 5 orbs found and only 1 left to go. Before we leave, we'll save our game, and we have a pretty good lead on where the last orb is. It's in a shrine in a place called the Necrogond, so that's where we're headed to next. We'll cast our return spell and go to the city of Oseram. We don't have to actually go in there, it's just the nearest city to our next destination, and make sure you have the Sword of Gaia with you. We're going to need it to open up the way. Make your way around these mountains and look for this river. That will lead us to the volcano, which is what that conspicuous black square is between those 4 hills. Before we can toss in the sword, we've been attacked by 5 frost clouds. That's a lot of frost clouds, so make sure to use your Staff of Thunder against them, and hopefully we'll be able to pick off a few of them before they can attack, because these guys like to cast the Snow Blast spell, and they also can use an Ice Breath attack. Either of those will hit your entire party. I'm sure you won't be surprised to find out that these snow-based monsters have no resistance to fire magic, so the Staff of Thunder is very good here. It should soften them up so that the rest of your attacks can take them out, although your fighter can probably kill one of these each round regardless. So we'll use the Staff of Thunder again, and hopefully our remaining attacks should be able to pick these guys off. And we didn't even need to hit them with the staff again that time. It looks like our hero has risen to level 25, gaining 3 points of strength, 4 points of luck, and a decent amount of HP and MP. When you're standing on this space, you want to use the Sword of Gaia from your inventory. You'll lose it when you do this, but a fire will start in the volcano and an eruption will be triggered. Now, we probably shouldn't be standing so close to the volcano when it's erupting, but luckily the lava flow doesn't go anywhere near us and just goes right over here to pave over this small river, opening the way to the Cave of Necrogond. So that's where we're going to head next. Also, the lava cools off very quickly, so a nice sandy path has appeared. This is the only volcano in the entire world, so this is the one that Ray's father tragically fell into. Before we move on, let's have a quick moment of silence for the man, the myth, the legend, Papa Gotero. We took quite a beating when we fought those frost clouds, so we need to make sure to cast our healing magic before we continue. The enemies in this region are some of the most difficult we've faced yet, but this is a good test because they're quite a bit easier than the ones inside the next dungeon. We fought a mini demon before on the Phantom ship, but it was all by itself, so it's a bit different when paired up here with a troll. The mini demon is still the priority target. It can do an ice breath attack that hits the entire party, or it can cast Blazemore, and Blazemore deals 70 to 89 magic damage to a single party member, but that's before factoring in the damage reduction from parrying or from the magic armor. Trolls just have a lot of health and can hit hard with a 25% chance of doing a critical hit. And with that victory, our Sage has risen to level 20. She gains 2 points of strength, 2 luck, 9 hit points, and it looks like 2 new spells. So let's take a look at her status and see what she learned. This time it's 2 wizard spells, Snow Blast, which costs 6 magic points and targets an enemy group. It'll hit each enemy in that group for 42 to 57 damage, and the other spell is Step Guard, which costs 2 magic points and will protect the party temporarily from environmental damage, so I'm talking about swamps or barriers. Here we have 4 frost clouds paired with a curer, so we're going to fight them the same way that we did with the 5 frost clouds, except we need to make sure to get rid of that curer in the first round so that it can't heal anyone. Make sure to use the Staff of Thunder. That will help soften up those frost clouds. And don't forget to heal your party after each battle. It's pretty hard to fight frost clouds without taking some damage. The cave that we're looking for is almost directly to the left of us right now, but we'll need to cross this forest to get there. As we head over that way, we're attacked by 2 trolls. We're mostly just going to fight against these guys, but we can have the Sage try the Orochi sword. Trolls don't have that much defense to begin with, but the Orochi sword will work every time. And we got a critical hit from our Pilgrim. That was a bit unexpected, but certainly welcome. Now that their defense has been lowered, we'll just have everyone fight this round, and we should be able to finish these guys off. We'll at least get rid of one, but I think we can get both of them. Let's see. Yep. We have defeated Troll and gained 687 experience points, which has brought our Pilgrim, Kylo, up to level 25. The Pilgrim is probably going to be the most important member of our party in the next dungeon, and if you don't have a character that can cast the Vivify spell right now, you should probably go back to the Shrine of Dhama and just keep fighting metal slimes until you do. The lowest level that a Pilgrim can learn Vivify at is level 24, but even if you're incredibly unlucky, you'll definitely learn it by level 26. Wow, that is a lot of enemies. We have a lot of ground to cover before we can get through the next dungeon, so let's try to run away from this one. Don't forget that you can parry before you try to run. You have a 50-50 chance of escaping on the first run, but even if your flee is a fail, the parries will still work, so you won't take as much damage from the enemy. Oh, we're close now. You can see the next cave just waiting for us at the end of that sandy path. But first we have to fight 2 more trolls. So we'll use the Orochi sword to soften them up a little bit, and then we'll just give them a beatdown and keep moving on. Hopefully there won't be any more interruptions. We'll make sure to heal the party just in case. And we'll head on up into the Cave of Necrogond. It is my opinion that the Cave of Necrogond is the most difficult dungeon in this entire game. It reminds me a lot of the Cave to Roan from Dragon Warrior 2. And here we have 2 King Tortragons, which is an upgraded version of the Tortragons we fought earlier. These guys love casting the bounce spell, which can reflect magic, but luckily they have no resistance to the Orochi sword, and the bounce spell doesn't do anything against it. With their defense lowered, we can proceed with some melee attacks to finish these guys off, and they only have 120 hit points, so it shouldn't take long to defeat them. And with that, Mance has risen to level 24. He only gained a couple of points of strength and agility this time, but he did get 8 points of HP. We're going to have the Sage do a lot of the healing in this dungeon, and there's 2 reasons for that. Number 1, only the Pilgrim can cast Vivify right now, so we need to save a lot of his magic points just in case party members die and we have to cast it multiple times. And the other reason is, the Sage has access to Rob magic, so she has a way to get her magic points back by stealing them from enemies. As we round this next corner, it looks like we've been attacked by 2 mini-demons and 2 hollow ghosts, and hollow ghosts are the reason why this is the most difficult dungeon in the game. Those guys will not hesitate to cast the beat spell against you, which can instantly kill a single party member, or they can cast defeat as that one just did, and defeat can potentially wipe out your entire team. We just lost 2 characters to it, and that's pretty bad. With the hollow ghosts out of the way, we should be able to beat these remaining 2 mini-demons with our last 2 characters, so we'll just fight them, and I think we'll get them in the next round. But this battle went way south, and that's something that can definitely happen every time you fight hollow ghosts. If you see them casting the defeat spell, all you really can do is cross your fingers. Let's also hope that Vivify works because it has a 50% chance of failure, and it worked the first time, so that's good, and... Okay, alright, we got both characters back on the first try, so that's very good. We only had about a 25% chance of that happening. Characters revived with a Vivify spell only have half of their HP, so make sure you heal them up before you move forward. Now I said just a moment ago, if an enemy casts a defeat spell against you, all you can do is cross your fingers, but there are some preventative measures you can take. The Stones of Life can protect a character that has them in their inventory, and if you're really worried about it, you can invest in the Angel's Robes, which will greatly reduce the chance that a beat or defeat spell will kill you. Personally, I think the Angel's Robes are a little bit overkill. We have the Stones of Life, we have the Leaf of the World Tree as backup, and our Pilgrim is very capable and has a ton of magic points to be used on casting the Vivify spell as many times as we need it. Here we have 3 Marauders. These are undead enemies and they get 2 attacks per round. Most of the time they'll just attack you, but sometimes they'll unleash a breath attack that can make your characters numb. So here's the breath attack there, and that time we were lucky enough that all 4 of our characters were able to avoid it, but you can see these guys just attack you relentlessly. They are very weak against the Orochi sword, so it will always work against them. So we'll use that to reduce their defense, and then we'll have everybody attack in the following rounds, and we should be able to kill at least 2 of them here. Maybe we can get the 3rd one. Nope, so it's going to attack us and try the numb breath. And it got our sage this time, so the sage is numb and unable to move, but that's alright because we were able to kill the last remaining marauder, and now we'll cast numb off to fix up our sage. The numbness may have worn off on its own, but what if we hit a monster in one of our next few steps? We definitely don't want to have to fight any hollow ghosts with only 3 out of 4 of our characters. So now that everyone's able to move, we'll go through that transition point, and we hit 3 mini-demons, although they're broken up into 2 groups. These 3 mini-demons are pretty weak compared to things like marauders or hollow ghosts, so now is a good opportunity for our sage to try out the raw magic spell, and it didn't work this time. It does have a 30% chance to fail against mini-demons, so we would expect that it would probably work. It didn't this time, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have tried it. We took quite a few hits there, some blaze more. It wasn't great, but we'll try to use that raw magic again. Maybe we'll be lucky this time and gain a few magic points back. And we got 9 magic points back, so I certainly think that was worth it. And we also won the battle, so it didn't really cost us much, and at the end of the battle, we got back 9 magic points, which is almost enough for us to cast Heal More twice. As you're traveling through this dungeon, keep your eyes open for good opportunities to use the raw magic spell. It'll definitely pay off. So we're going to head down here and go to the left. There's a very important treasure chest over here. This one contains the Thunder Sword. The Thunder Sword is not just an awesome new weapon for our hero, but it can also be used as an item during battle to cast the Boom spell for free, and Boom will deal 52 to 67 damage to all enemies on the screen, regardless of how they're grouped. One thing that's strange about the Thunder Sword is that, unlike the Staff of Thunder, which allows any character to cast Firebane for free, the Thunder Sword can only be used as an item to cast the Boom spell by a character that could equip it. So don't think that you can hand the Thunder Sword off to your sage and she'll just be able to rip Boom spells off every single round for free. It does not work that way. 2 hollow ghosts are not as bad when they're by themselves, but they are still a little bit scary. And here we run into the 3 marauders again. Hollow ghosts are the worst enemy in this dungeon, but marauders are right behind them. They use that numbness breath, and that can take multiple members of your party out of the equation in a single move. They also get 2 attacks each round, so if a few of your party members get taken out, well, then they can start beating down on the remaining ones. Make sure to use your Orochi sword at the beginning of the battle to soften them up. They have no resistance to that. And we lost 2 of our characters to numbness there, and now we've lost 3, so we only have the hero left. And our fighter is down to 35 hit points, putting us in the green. The green is definitely not a good thing in this game. I think our hero can finish this battle. But alright, we survived that round. 1 more attack from the hero should do it. And we did survive, but 3 of our characters are numb, and our hero doesn't know how to cast the numb off spell. So what we're going to do is heal all of our characters up using our hero, and then as we walk along, we're going to watch our character animations and see if the sage or the pilgrim start moving. If they become animated, that means that the numbness has gone away, and we can start casting numb off on the remaining characters. Hopefully we will not hit another battle before the numbness wears off. It's going to take quite a few heals to restore our party from that battle, and there, the pilgrim started moving, and we can cast our numb off magic, so we got a bit lucky there. Alright, we'll cast it on UCBVG, and everyone is okay now. And as we head over here, this is the other treasure chest we were looking for. This one contains the Sword Edge armor. This armor is sweet. Make sure to equip your hero with this armor right away. Not only does it have a very high 55 defense, but whenever an enemy hits you, they're going to take 50% plus 1 of the damage that they dealt back to themselves. So you'll be able to deal passive damage to the enemies that attack you. It's kind of like a counterattack. Later on in the game, we will find arguably better armor for our hero to use, but if you happen to have a soldier in your party, the Sword Edge armor is one of the best armors that they can use, even at the end of the game. We've certainly faced 2 trolls before, so you know what to do against these guys. Mostly just attacks, and the Orochi sword will always work against them. And it looks like our hero is leveled up to level 26. She gained 7 points of HP there, which was the only real notable thing that we got out of that level up. And don't forget to heal your characters. And we'll use a couple heals from our pilgrim, but we want to do most of the healing with our sage. Here is the 3 mini demons again. Don't forget that this is a good opportunity to cast Rob Magic. And we're going to keep making our way down. We want to get to Stairway C. That is our next destination. And oh wow, it's a metal babble. Just like metal slimes, metal babbles are prone to running away, and that's what happened here. But if you manage to kill one, usually with a critical hit, they're worth over 40,000 experience points, so it's absolutely worth a try. A single Marauder and a mini demon should be easy to defeat. We're going to focus on taking out the Marauder and cast Raw Magic on the mini demon to take advantage of that opportunity. And it seems that our Sage has risen to level 21. Let's see what she got here. 4 points of HP and 2 new spells. It's really fun leveling up a Sage. They're constantly getting new spells. Let's see what you got. We just learned the spell of Bykill, which is one of the most important spells in the game for fighting bosses. Bykill costs 6 MP and it targets a single character. That character will get to deal double damage until the end of the fight, so you can probably understand how that can be good. The other spell that we got was Limbo, which we probably won't be casting anytime soon, but I guess it's nice to have it. And when you get up here, we want to walk straight over to the right and you want to jump into that pit. But before we can do that, we've been attacked by 4 hollow ghosts. This is the nightmare. We tried to run away, but we were unable to. Let's see what happens. We'll try to run again. We'll parry first and run. Now the 3rd time that we run, they cast Defeat, they cast Beat, we survived it. The 3rd time we run, we have a 75% chance to succeed, and we got away, but we survived a Defeat and a Beat spell there, so that one was pretty lucky. Once you jump down the pit, you want to take this stairway that leads up here. 4 mini demons are similar to 3 mini demons. You want to attack them, but take this opportunity to cast Rob Magic. And you can see actually our Sage has 49 magic points right now, so we've been doing pretty good with stealing the magic points. As a backup, we do have Wizard Rings, but I would like to save those for our Pilgrim if he needs it, and for other more emergency type situations. So make sure everyone is healed up. And on this floor, we're just going to start heading over to the right. So we'll head through this screen transition. We did not meet a battle this time. And you're going to follow the path downwards. Don't jump into the pit again, but we're on the other side of it now. This is a dancing jewel. This thing is worth a ton of money if you can kill it, but it casts a lot of really obnoxious spells, including Surround, Defense, Slow, and worst of all, Chaos. Now it hit us with a lot of Surround, so it's very difficult for us to actually attack the Dancing Jewel now, so we're just going to try to run away and bail out of this battle, which is often what happens when you fight Dancing Jewels, but they're worth over 1,000 gold, so you may want to at least try to fight them at first and see what happens. We definitely haven't seen this lion head monster yet. These guys can cast Firebane, and they also occasionally cast Stop Spell. In between that, they do a number of attacks, but one of the most interesting things about lion heads is they have the possibility of dropping the Shield of Sorrow, a unique but interestingly cursed shield, but you can only find it from enemy drops. So if you see lion heads, you want to kill them last, just in case you might get lucky and find a treasure chest. Remember, if you find a treasure chest at the end of a battle in this game, it will correspond to the last monster you killed in that battle. And here we have 3 lion heads this time. Because they can potentially cast Stop Spell, I don't recommend using magic against them, so we're mostly just going to attack against these guys. So make sure to do your parries, but attack, 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 and you can see what the lion heads can do. A lot of the time they'll just attack against you, but sometimes they will waste their turn casting Stop Spell, and occasionally it'll be Firebane. These guys only have a 30% resistance to the defense spells, so if you want to use Orochi Sword against them, you can, but most of the time I just like to have the Sage get in on the beatdown whenever I see 3 lion heads. And once we're out of there, we can continue along this maze-like floor. You want to take this path, and we're going to follow the next path downwards after we clear these 3 lion heads. Maybe we'll get the Shield of Sorrow this time. Who knows? I mean, it's a 1 in 256 chance, so we probably won't. But it looks like instead our Pilgrim went up to level 26. So we got 3 more agility, additional hit points, and magic points, as well as a new spell. So let's see what the Pilgrim learned this time. Take a look at his stats, 115 attack power, and this time we got Infirmore. Infirmore costs 6 magic points and targets an enemy group, hitting each enemy in that group for 25 to 54 damage. So that's a reasonable spell, but for the most part our Pilgrim is going to be focused on healing and won't be doing a lot of Infirmore. So we're going to continue along the path, and we want to head down here and then over to the right. We're going to cross over this bridge, but before that, we've been attacked by 4 frost clouds and a marauder. This is a concerning one. We know that frost clouds like to do attacks that damage our entire party, and the marauder has potential to use a numbness breath attack that can remove several of our party members from combat, so this combination has a potential to cost us a lot of MP in healing when the battle's over. We should consider running away from this fight, but we'll try to make it work by having our Sage use Firebane against the Frost Clouds, and we'll have our Pilgrim cast Firebane for free by using the Staff of Thunder. Our other 2 characters can focus on taking out the Marauder, but unfortunately the Numbing Breath has affected our fighter, and now we only have 3 characters left in the battle. Of course, the enemy only had 3 characters too, so hopefully our 3 are better than their 3, and we'll see if everyone attacks the Marauder, if they can just finish this one off. And that's it. We were able to win that battle by the skin of our teeth, and now we're going to need to do quite a few healing spells to get everybody back to top shape. We also need to cast Numb off, so just start casting all the healing magic that you need. We're starting to get low on magic points, but remember, we do have Rob magic that we can try, and there are wizard rings if we get desperate. We're close to the end now, so we don't have to get much farther, but do not go into battle with low hit points. Do whatever you can to raise them back up between fights. 2 King Tortragons are easy ones. Remember that they like to waste their turn by casting the bounce magic, so don't try to use spells against them, but do use the Orochi sword, which will always work and will lower their very high defense. And as the screen transitions, we hit another battle. 2 King Tortragons, a Lion Head, and a Frost Cloud. This is another time to run. So we bailed on that battle, especially since there was 3 different enemy groups, and here's the Dancing Jewel again. Let's see if we can kill it this time. 2 attacks, okay, we got him. So you'll see not a lot of experience points, but 1,228 gold pieces. You gotta like that. Around this corner is the final stretch, but don't let your guard down. Some of the fights like these 2 King Tortragons are easy, but other ones can be very dangerous, and if you're starting to run out of resources, don't be afraid to run away. Mance is leveled up to level 25, gaining 5 points of vitality, so we can expect a lot of HP, and we did. We got 9 points out of that one. And here's another battle. This one's just a Marauder and a King Tortragon. You know that the Marauder is the much higher priority target here, since the Tortragon will probably do nothing in the first round. And we vanquished all of our foes. That one was pretty straightforward. Make sure everyone is healed. We're getting very low on magic points, but we just have to get to the top of this room. And yeah, don't forget to cast things like Numb Off if you need it. Better do at least one more healing spell. And better do one on Kylo as well. Alright. And let's press on. Can we get there without taking any more battles? Nope. Well, we're in luck. It's just the King Tortragons. And if you do completely run out of magic points, you can cast Rob Magic into the bounce spell, and you may end up with more MP than you had when you started. YouTuber Karma Jolt actually did a short about that. On the other side of the cave, we're not out of the woods yet, and as soon as we stepped into the forest over here, we were attacked by a new enemy type, a Glacier Basher. We've seen the King Tortragon before, so we know what that guy's all about. But the Glacier Basher is similar to the Lava Bashers that we fought over in the Orochi cave, except significantly more powerful. As you may expect, Glacier Bashers sometimes use a Blizzard Breath attack, but the reason why we killed the King Tortragon first is because a Glacier Basher could possibly drop a Mysterious Hat, which is another unique piece of equipment that you can only get from enemies. Glacier Bashers are one of the best enemies to get a Mysterious Hat from, so anytime I see them, I like to take a shot at it. And here we have 3 Frost Clouds, so we know what to do about these guys. If you need to, use magic against them, because we just have to get to this shrine up ahead. We're so close, just 2 steps away. And once we get inside, we'll be able to talk to a man in there that will give us the 6th and final orb. And here he is. Just talked to this guy and he says, "I'm amazed you've made it this far." And honestly, so am I. And that's it. Now we have all of the orbs. 6 out of 6. It's time to return to Liamland. We need to get the rest of the orbs out of storage. You may need to do some inventory management to be able to hold all 6 orbs in your inventory, but we will need all of them to wake up Ramia, and that's where we're going to go next. So pay him the 1 piece of gold that you need for each of the orbs, and we're just going to get all 6 of them back. So we need the purple orb, and we'll also need the green orb, thank you very much. And you can see silver, yellow, blue, and red, purple, green. We're good to go. Before we leave, we'll stay over at Ray's mom's house to restore our HP and MP. And the fastest way to get to the South Pole, which is where the shrine that we need to use the orbs at is located, well, we need to go to the North Pole. So we'll warp to Noan Isles, and then we'll just get in our ship and we'll start sailing north. And due to the strange wraparound properties of this world, suddenly we'll be down at Antarctica. We got attacked by 7 marine slimes, so we can use our Staff of Thunder and the Thunder Sword against them. That's a good way to clear out a large number of small enemies, but ocean monsters should not concern us very much at this point of the game. And here it is, the shrine we were looking for, but before that we're attacked by a fierce bear and 2 Hades condors. So this is a combination of enemies we haven't seen yet, and this is one of the easier sets of enemies we could have seen in this area. Glacier Bashers or Snow Dragons with their attacks that can hit multiple party members are a lot more hazardous, so we'll just clean up this fierce bear, and we'll make our way into the shrine. Oh, but it looks like our Sage has leveled up to level 22, gaining just a few points in several categories, and let's see if we got any spells. Not this time. This is the Shrine of Liamland, and it's attended by these 2 strange women that either copy what the other says or finish each other's sentences. In the center of the shrine is a large egg, and we don't need to sit on the egg to hatch it. Instead, we need to set fire to the 6 orbs we found. Only when all 6 orbs have been offered will the shrine become warm enough for the egg to hatch, and we need to hatch that egg because Ramia is this gigantic white bird, and we'll be able to fly on its back. It's kind of like this game's airship. Just like the airship, Ramia will allow us to travel without being attacked by enemies, but better than the airship, Ramia can land anywhere that we can walk, so we can essentially use it to get anywhere that we can possibly want to go. After the last orb has been placed, talk to one of the shrine attendants and she'll say, "We have waited so long for this day to come. Let us rejoice, the time has come. Awake, awake, the time is high, to fly on wings into the sky." And with that, the egg will hatch, fly around a few times, and then the bird will exit the screen. All we'll need to do now is walk out of the shrine, and we'll be able to ride on Ramia anywhere we want to go. So just step onto the bird and press the button, and once you start flying, Ramia will continue moving perpetually. So you do sort of need to pay attention and stop the bird whenever you get where you want to go. We're just going to head north for now, and we'll fly over the cave of Necrogond, and that is the Castle of Baramos, but we're not going to go there yet. Before we head over to the Castle of Baramos, let's stop into here. This is the Great Pit of Giaga. This guy says that no one who has ever entered the pit has ever returned, and that's because of a little something I like to call falling to your death. This guy says that we're the guardians of the pit, but it doesn't look like it needs a whole lot of guarding, considering that it's surrounded by a large brick wall. Well, that's all there is to see here at the Great Pit of Giaga, but it's one of those locations that you just can't reach until you get Ramia. So now we're going to return to the Castle of Somanao, and we have a good bit of money at this point, so now is a good time to pick up another one of those silver shields. The only thing left for us to do is take on the Archfiend Baramos, but before we try to infiltrate his castle, make sure that you're equipped with the very best weapons and armor that you can buy. So we're going to pick up another silver shield. You can also buy a silver shield in Newtown, but we can't get there with our return magic, so we're going to buy it here. In fact, we're going to get 2 silver shields. It would be good to have at least 2 of them, but 3 is better, and we're trying to get the best equipment that we can. Our fighter doesn't use shields, but silver shields are certainly recommended for the other 3 characters. If you've been wondering how our fighter has such high defense without wearing any armor, it's because agility not only makes you faster in battle, but it also creates your natural armor score without equipment. So if you have an agility of 50, you divide that number by 2, you would have a 25 defense without armor. So if you have an agility of 100, you would have a 50 defense without armor. So that's why a fighter is so good. They naturally have such high agility, and it also means that the meteorite armband that doubles your agility also gives you additional defense. So keep that in mind. Back here in Aliahan, we'll stay at Ray's mother's house for the very last time, because after this, we're headed to the Castle of Baramos, and it's time for us to finally take on the Archfiend. So let's do this. We're just going to head outside and board our bird, and we're going to fly over to the Castle of Baramos. There's no other way to reach it unless you have Ramia, so that's why we needed to collect all of those orbs. It's the only way to get to this castle. So from here we're going to head to the left, so just keep flying to the left. And we're going to be looking for the continent that has Lancel on it that looks like Australia. There it is there. And whenever you see it, you're going to start flying upwards. So just fly up. And from here, we're looking for that little island, and we'll start flying to the left. As we fly this way, we'll pass over some mountains, and eventually we'll see the castle that we're looking for. There it is. Land your bird and head on in. This castle is quite a maze, but if you know how to get started, that helps quite a bit. There are a lot of dead ends in this castle's courtyard, but you want to work your way all the way over to the right wall, and you're going to follow it up this way. We just got attacked by 2 stone hulks, and stone hulks are pretty serious. They have 195 hit points, and they also regenerate 50 hit points each round. They only have a 1 resistance to the defense spell, so you're 70% likely to succeed if you use the Orochi sword, so that's probably a good way to go. Once they're softened up, it'll be easier to deal more damage to them each round of combat, and considering that they regenerate health, it's important that we deal a lot of damage all at once. With that fight, our hero is leveled up to level 27, gaining 4 points of strength, 6 points of HP, and a new spell. Let's take a look at her status and see what we learned. And it looks like this time we got Zap. Zap is a special spell that only the hero will learn. It only hits 1 enemy and it costs 8 magic points to use, but it'll hit that enemy for 70 to 89 damage, which would be pretty good if our hero didn't do that much damage anyways with melee combat. You know that magic using enemies are some of the most dangerous, and these evil mages have quite the arsenal that they can use against you, including Sleep, a Fire Breath attack, Snowstorm, Stop Spell, Blazemore, Heal All, and the worst one is probably Chaos, so hopefully you won't get hit by that. They don't have a lot of hit points, so they'll go down pretty quickly, but you do need to be a little bit concerned when you see those. Make them a priority target. Once you cut through the brush on the right side of the courtyard, you're going to come over here across to the left, where you'll find the stairway that is labeled A on your map. Inside, you're going to follow this hallway where you'll find stairwell B, and that'll take you up here. There's a couple barriers in this area, so you may want to use step guard, but before that, we've been attacked by 3 stone hulks. We did fine against 2 stone hulks, but 3 is significantly different, and here's why. If your attacks are spread out across 3 stone hulks, it's going to make that 50 health regeneration that they do each round a lot more significant, and it's going to be harder to kill a single hulk. Once you take 1 out, it'll be a little bit easier, but you can see our attacks are being spread out across all these different stone hulks, and we got a little bit lucky this time. 3 of our characters attacked the one in the middle, so we were able to finish it off. and that should make the job of taking out the remaining 2 a little bit easier. With the experience levels and the equipment that our party has, I'm confident that we can beat these guys, but I just wanted to make the point of how much more difficult it is to beat 3 of them than it is to fight 2. So now that there's only 1 left, all of our attacks will be concentrated on it, so it will be easy to remove that one. And our Pilgrim is down to 38 health, so we better heal him before we move forward. And then we'll cast Step Guard so we don't take damage on this barrier. A couple more heal spells first though. Each time you step on a barrier, your party takes 15 damage, and Step Guard only costs 2 MP, so you'll be able to see an obvious savings in how much it would cost to heal your party after stepping on those barriers, as opposed to just casting the Step Guard and walking safely across them. Heading down this hallway is optional, but it leads to the castle treasure room, and inside we'll be able to find a unique weapon, the Demon Axe. The Demon Axe can only be equipped by a soldier, and it's kind of cursed, but it is a good weapon if you have a soldier in your party or you intend to have one later. It adds plus 90 attack, and the curse is it adds 13% to your chance to miss, but it also adds 13% to your chance to get a critical hit, so it kind of balances out. Once you have the items from the treasure room, you're going to head back the way that you came, and the Hollow Ghosts are back for this dungeon. You'll remember them from the cave to Necrogond. These guys like to go for the throat and cast the spells of Beat or Defeat, which can instantly take out one of your party members, but we happened to catch these ones off guard and bewildered, so we used our free first turn to eliminate the Hollow Ghosts so they'd no longer be a threat. With those guys out of the way, we'll head back to the room that had those barriers in it, and this time we're going to go to the other stairway. This one is labeled E on your map, and this is the one that leads to the boss. Don't take that other stairway that leads up. You want to head across this room and take this stairway. This one is labeled F on the map and takes you right outside where the treasure was. A couple of stone hulks is nothing that we can't handle. We'll take them out one by one, but they are good for experience points, and it looks like Kylo has risen to the next level, gaining a couple points of agility, 4 points of vitality, 9 hit points, and 5 MP. No new spells this time, but not a bad level up, and we're going to head over here to the stairway that's labeled G on the map, and that'll take us inside where we'll cut over here to the left. This stairway is labeled H, and that takes you back out here into the courtyard, and you'll head over here on the other side of those barriers and take this stairway. Follow it all the way down this hallway to stairwell J, and that takes you out here at the false throne room. There's going to be a barrier as soon as we enter this room, so make sure you cast Step Guard before you enter. And we hit a monster on the screen transition. It's 3 lion heads again, just like we fought back in the cave to Necrogond. We're even more powerful now than we were then, so I don't expect these lion heads to be a problem, but remember they sometimes cast Stop Spell, so you probably don't want to use magic against these guys, and they do have a 1 in 256 chance of dropping the Shield of Sorrow, so we'll cross our fingers that that might happen, but I'm not going to hold my breath. And we got 1,350 experience points, but no Shield of Sorrow, as expected. Make sure to heal a little bit, and the game clearly wanted you to think that this was the boss, but nope, it's just the plain old skeleton. No response. Looks dead. We're going to head down this way. This is the way that we actually need to go, and here's the 4 evil mages again. These guys have a lot of spells that they can use against you. Luckily, it looks like they used Stop Spell this time, which is one of the weaker ones, but several of our party members did fall asleep, so that can definitely get dicey. We're very close to the end now, but do not get complacent. Continue to heal your characters between every battle, just in case you have to fight something bad. You never know around these parts. So a few more healing spells should do it. We need to make sure to get the hero back up above 100. And maybe one more small heal on the hero. That looks pretty good. And we'll just head over here. You'll see this yellow brick path ahead. That's the way that we need to go. But before that, we're attacked by a stone hulk with 2 marauders this time. If you're going to bother attacking the stone hulk at all when you fight against this combination, you need to put all 4 of your characters against him so that you can kill it in a single round before it can regenerate any health. You may want to attack the marauders instead. They don't deal a lot of damage with their attack, but they can do their numb breath, which took 2 of our characters out of combat. If a character is numb, they have a 1 in 16 chance of recovering each round, but that's kind of unlikely, so don't expect it to happen. If it does, that's good, just don't expect it. And with that victory, our fighter has gone up to level 26, just in time for the boss, and gained 11 points of agility, which will certainly help. Before we go, we'll cast a few more healing spells, and then we'll make our way to the boss room. There is another barrier that we'll have to pass, so get ready to cast Step Guard, and make sure everyone can feel their toes before you start walking so that no one is numb when you enter a battle. Here's where we need to cast Step Guard, so we'll cast that to save us a few points of damage, and this is it. This is Baramos. Don't talk to the boss until you're ready for an intense fight. Make sure to heal every one of your characters up to their top hit points, and use wizard rings if you need to get back some MP. So we're going to heal maybe one more time for Kylo at the back of the party, and it looks like we're ready to go. The Archfiend says that we've come too soon, but if we'd arrived sooner, maybe we could have stopped him from destroying the town of Tedanki. He says that thou wilt regret thy coming indeed, but I think it is you, Baramos, that's going to regret it. Baramos certainly takes his job as Archfiend seriously. This guy has 900 hit points, regenerates about 100 each round, and has a ton of nasty magic spells at his disposal. Baramos can do a mean melee attack, but the real danger is spells. He can cast Explode It or Blaze Most, he can do a Fire Breath attack, and he can also cast Limbo or Chaos. There's not much you can do about Limbo, although the good news is it won't work on your hero, and Chaos is a total disaster, taking one of your party members out of combat and having them actively sabotaging your team. To beat this guy, you want to start out by having your Pilgrim cast Speed Up, and have your Sage or Wizard cast Buy Kill on your best attackers. The Sap or Defense magic has a 70% chance to succeed, so you want to keep casting that against this guy until it does. In the later rounds, you may need to have your Pilgrim and Sage cast Healing Magic to keep your HP up, but with Buy Kill on your fighter and your hero, they'll be dealing over 100 damage with every attack, so it won't be long before Baramos goes down. Baramos can hit hard, so don't forget to parry with your front 3 characters, and then cancel those parries before you attack or cast spells. A critical hit from Mance, and with a 180 damage swing from Ray, Baramos is defeated. And that's what you get for messing up my 16th birthday. With Baramos defeated, a warm light engulfs the area. We'll cast our outside spell, and then we'll return back to Eliahan, the only option on the menu. You'll notice at this point that all of the random encounters have ceased. It's as if the enemies have gone on vacation. If there's anywhere that you can walk to that has a treasure chest that you missed or anything else that you'd like to collect at this point, now could be a good time to do it. You can see, nothing is attacking us, so feel free to go anywhere that you want. Back in town, word has traveled fast. Somehow the people already know that we've defeated Baramos, even though it only happened like a minute ago, and earlier on in the game, most of the people in town hadn't even heard of Baramos. Huh, pretty amazing. Ray's mom has always been our biggest fan, and she is so happy. She wishes that our father could see this day, and yeah, so do I, Mom. Grandpa is so proud. I'm sure he took it hard when his son died, but now there's a new hero in the family. As we head down the streets of town, we're showered with accolades, and when we talk to this guy, he says, "Quickly into the castle. The king will surely be delighted to hear the news, but wouldn't he have heard the news already? I mean, everyone else has." Up here, the guy in the House of Healing tells us that we are indeed true heroes, and if we head down this way, we can talk to a very optimistic man that says, "Surely peace will come to this world." Because that's how things work, right? You kill one big bad guy, and then world peace. Simple. This guy calls us a true son of Ortega, and now that we've defeated the Archfiend, I think it's about time that people recognize that Ray is a daughter of Ortega and not a son. Get it right, buddy. This guard says that the king is anxiously awaiting us, but before we talk to him, there's some more people in the castle that we want to visit, like the princess, for instance. Speaking of her, with the amount of exclamation points that this woman used, it sounds like there might be something wrong with the princess. But no, they just won't let her go out of the castle, even though Baramos has been defeated. Maybe I'll say something to the king when I get in there. We just went walking around and there's no more monsters, so there's no good reason why they should be keeping the princess cooped up. We can head over here and use our key to open the door and see what this woman has to say. So we'll use the final key. And she says, "Baramos dead. It's like a dream come true." After speaking to her, we're going to head back to the king. There's a few people in the castle that we didn't talk to yet, but they don't say anything that we haven't seen already. So we're just going to make our way back to the stairs, because as the guards have been telling us, the king is anxiously awaiting us. Up here, a row of guards stands before the king. When you talk to them, they say to hurry. Yeah, we're hurrying. And when we talk to the king, he says, "Ray, you did well in defeating the Archfiend Baramos. You are a true son of Ortega." But before we could correct him and say that we're a daughter of Ortega, an earthquake rocks the castle. From out of nowhere, an unearthly voice is heard. It is Zoma, Master Archfiend who rules the Dark Realms. He says that anguish and suffering be thine. It is thy suffering that brings me joy. The king asks, "What is the meaning of this?" Well, I'll tell you what this means, king. It means that this game is far from over. There's a whole new world for us to explore, so don't you dare close your eyes, because you won't want to miss the epic conclusion next time on You Can Beat Video Games. Until then, thanks for watching.